evening, everyone, and thank you so much for being here to this regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach. If you have a cell phone or electronic device, if you could, please put it on silent or vibrate as to not distract from the proceedings this evening. If you will rise and stand for the invocation from Pastor Kevin Coberly from the Fort Walton Beach Nazarene, and then continue standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Father God, we thank you so much for being here today in the presence to serve. Lord, to bring up a request to our city council, to our members. We thank you for each one of them who are serving here today. We pray for unity in the midst of attempts of division. Lord, we pray that you would just bless it, bless this time, use it to not just better our community, but to further our community, get it closer, Lord, to where it can be a beacon of light, Lord, in this state, Lord. We thank you so much for all that you're doing, what you plan to do. We love you. Be with this council meeting. We love you. It's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much for that. Council will need approval of tonight's agenda. Second. Got a motion made by Councilman Schmidt and seconded by Councilman Jeter to approve tonight's agenda as presented. Any comments from the board on the agenda? Please vote, Council. All right, and it does pass unanimously. And that brings us to item number 5, proclamations, and we have just one tonight, but a very important one. Is Miss Jean Grieve here? There you are. Oh, right in the front. I was looking in the back. I know. A beautiful pink shirt. Since 1993, the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer, or MSABC campaign, has brought communities together across the nation to raise awareness about breast cancer and support life-saving research, education, and screenings. What began as a simple walk of solidarity has grown into the largest network of breast cancer events in the country, uniting survivors, families, friends, and advocates in one powerful cause. In 2022, the local walk proudly expanded its reach by becoming Making Strides Against Breast Cancer of the Emerald Coast, now representing the cities of Crestview, Navarre, Niceville, Destin, and Fort Walton Beach. This year's walk will take place at the Northwest Florida State College in Niceville, Saturday, October 18th, 2025, and promises to once again fill the path with pink and purpose. To celebrate and support this important mission, I proclaim October 12th through the 18th as Think Pink Week in the city of Fort Walton Beach. And thank you very much for the ribbons that you've provided. We will wear them proudly. We encourage everyone to wear pink, raise awareness, and join the walk to honor survivors, remember loved ones, and show that together we are stronger in the fight for a cure. The pinker the turnout, the brighter the message of courage, compassion, and community. Thank you very much. And we do have a copy of this proclamation as well if you'd like to hang on to that. Oh, no. I guess I can come down and give it to you. Or can we get somebody to pass it down? Probably be even better. Do you have anything you'd like to add, Ms. Grieve, at all?
Is it all right if I just say a couple words?
Yeah, absolutely. Please come on up. I was inviting you up before I didn't make it formal enough, I guess.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay.
For those who don't know me, my name is Jean Grieve. I'm this year's event chair. I think we've had it in Niceville, the Northwest Florida State College, probably 5-6 years running now. And so again, as the mayor said, it's this Saturday. Start time is 8 a.m. for programming, Zumba with Natoya. We have a special guest speaker, and then the walk starts at 9 o'clock. And I think the route's probably maybe a tad over a mile. We have 3 water stations, so nobody will die of thirst or anything like that. And then we invite our caregivers, survivors, and thrivers to come to our survivor tent. We'll have some special refreshments for you Saturday morning. And we encourage everybody on council to be there. I think the mayor might be there.
I will.
and I believe the Niceville City Mayor is going to be there. And this is actually, I think, the third year in a row we've gotten proclamations from every city. So that's a testament to how much the community is involved and aware of breast cancer. So we appreciate you coming out on Saturday. And I left a couple extra cards here for Saturday and my card if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Thank you.
Thanks for all that you do.
Thank you.
That moves us to item number 6, employee recognitions. Mr. Davis, who I might add is wearing a pink shirt today.
We don't have any, Mr. Buck McNabb is our sole nominee.
All right, well, let's still give him a round of applause. Mr. Buck McNabb. All right, well, that brings us to item 7 for presentations and the Battle of the Bridge. I believe the Fort Walton Beach Buccaneers football team is here, and there's a lot of them, so y'all might want to make way. These kids are tough.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Look at that thing. We haven't seen that in a couple years. What's up, guys? Hey, great game 2 Saturdays ago. I was there. I watched it. You guys were awesome.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Leibowitz.
we've returned from the battlefield, and our warriors were victorious. That is our bridge once again.
Let's go.
Hey, kids, I have a question for you. Whose bridge is that? Whose bridge? Whose bridge? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mr. Mayor, we have your trophy right here.
Yeah. Freshly engraved as well. Look at that. I love it. I think we might just sit this here all night. Not a better place for it. Fantastic job, sir.
Okay. Well, that's all we have. Your job is to bring that back next year. We're going to have to defend that bridge again next year, Mr. Mayor, and we will do it. We will have the juniors doing it next year, and half of these kids are going to be juniors next
Nice.
year. So we will defend that next year, and we'll see you then.
That's great. Hey, I got a lot of confidence in you guys again next year. Keep working hard and keep kicking butt. We'll see you next year.
All right.
Nice job, guys. And nice job, coaches.
Thank you, sir.
Works at Publix.
That is fantastic. All right, that moves us to our second presentation of the evening for One Hopeful Place. Ms. Sherry Jones, the Community Outreach Director.
Hello. Is it working? Is it ready? So good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sherry Jones, and I'm the Communications and Public Relations Director for One Hopeful Place. And joining me today in the audience is Larry McFarland from Bridgeway. Thank you for allowing me a few moments to speak tonight. This is Our Ladies' Place, which provides a stable, supportive environment for 17 women as they work towards independence and stability. This is Our Men's Place, offering structure and accountability for 50 men who are employed and actively working towards permanent housing. This is a comforting place which provides 48 beds for emergency shelter during cold weather and community emergencies, ensuring no one in our city is left outside during unsafe conditions. And this is Our Healthy Place, where intake and coordination take place to connect residents with the resources they need to move forward. Okay. And finally, this is the Resource Place. This building sits on the same city-owned property as the rest of our campus, but is currently empty and unused. Tonight, I am respectfully requesting City Council approval to renovate this existing building so it can finally serve as a valuable purpose. Once renovated, the Resource Place will become a professional office and intake center for participants who are already living on the property. It will also provide modest office space for our community partners, including Veterans Affairs, Social Security, the Treatment for Individuals Experiencing Homelessness program, mental health providers, and Bridgeway Center, allowing them to meet privately with clients in a safe, organized, and setting, and to expedite housing and supportive services. In addition, a dedicated workstation will be offered and available for the Fort Walton Beach Police Department and code enforcement to use as needed, furthering enhancing collaboration and a safe for our people we serve. Once the Resource Place is renovated, it will allow the Healthy Place to once again be used for essential health services such as telehealth, primary care, and psychiatric and health screenings. This project will be completed at absolutely no cost to the city of Fort Walton Beach. We're not adding new housing, we're not expanding capacity, and we are not changing the property footprint, only improving what is already there. Okay. So finally, this renovation supports the same mission that guides the City Council to enhance and protect the community by providing quality services. That's exactly what this project represents: an enhancement of city property, a responsible use of existing space, and a way to better serve those already on site while strengthening the partnership between One Hopeful Place and the City of Fort Walton Beach. Thank you for your time and considering our request to move forward with the renovation of the Resource Place.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the board for Ms. Jones? Mr. Jeter?
What amount of money do you all plan on spending on the
I'm
facility?
sorry?
How much money do you all plan on spending on that specific building?
$400,000.
To do
We
how
got the
many,
money through grants.
to do how many offices?
Excuse me?
How many offices are going to be? How many's in there now?
Right now, the building is unused, there's nothing in it, so we'll have about 3 offices for our staff, and then the rest of the offices will be divided out and used for our services, our providers in the city.
Nice. Any exterior improvements or all interior?
It's all interior.
All interior. And it's $400,000 from grants.
Yes.
So at no cost to the city taxpayer.
No, sir.
Got it.
Councilman Merrill?
The offices and things you mentioned with the VA and would you guys be helping people get connected to the VA if they had
We already do.
any disability? And
Yes.
Anything that they would, and so this would streamline that so people would get out of homelessness?
Yes.
Faster?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else with a question? Councilman Schmidt?
Is there a deadline to spend the grant money by?
I believe it's a year. I'd have to get back with you about that, but as soon as, if you have give us permission to do it, then we would start, on the renovations.
It's about a year from permission.
If y'all do get permission, we need to do an addendum to the lease, or at least a supplemental, some sort of agreement to the lease, because the lease does require your permission to make renovations or tear down buildings out there. But I understand your presentation, you said you'd be allowing the city to actually utilize, so we'd want that in writing as well. That protects both parties in the future. If y'all do approve it tonight, I'd recommend you approve authorizing myself and Mr. Davis to go back to One Hopeful Place and work out an agreement, not necessarily amend the entire lease, but at least a supplemental agreement to effectuate what they're asking for.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Councilman Walker?
Great years, grant funding.
Okay.
What's or is there one grant or multiple grants involved that is supplying this $400,000?
Right now, it's one grant, but we have applied for other grants to, finish out the furnishings and things like that we need.
Which grant is it that you're receiving
The appropriation grant from the state.
from the state? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Jeter?
When they tore down the concrete structures out there and they got the funding to do that was a state grant as well, and they tore down some of the concrete structures that were on there, they had to get approval from us as well, just because in the lease it asked for approval on all alterations, modifications. So we need a motion to approve any alterations or modifications to an existing building out there, but we need a second one for you guys to supplement the lease for us to have an office out there. Is that what you're saying? One is to approve the current lease that we have, saying, yes, you can alter one of our buildings. Two is to say we want to update that lease with an additional paragraph saying we're going to have an office out there. Just making sure I kind of heard all that
You
correctly.
could do it all as one motion,
Do
just
all-
directing us to go work out the agreement. It's implied that you've approved of it, but we'd have to bring it back before you. When's your grant funding up again, ma'am? Like, do you have to know at this meeting, or could it be at the next meeting?
Yeah, I'd have to, you want to know the details of the grant, you mean, or?
Like, is your deadline this month?
Yeah, I don't know the exact date.
So probably it'd be fine bringing the agreement back to y'all for your signatures, or for your approval at the next meeting.
So you need a motion tonight just to bring that back.
Yeah.
That's when it will actually be approved.
Yeah.
Got it.
Anyone else with questions?
I have just one question. In the space that you're referring to upgrading, are you all going to be doing therapeutic sessions?
Yes,
Are you
we
going to
are.
do the therapeutic
Yes, we'll be.
sessions there too? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Or the goal.
Council, you wish to take any action on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize our city attorney and city manager to work with One Hopeful Place to come up with an addendum to the lease, allowing the alterations or improvements of one structure, provided our police department has an office there.
I second it.
Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilwoman Riley to change the lease to allow One Hopeful Place to update their building facilities out there and include an office for the Sheriff's Department. Any additional comments, Councilman Jeter?
Yes, sir. We've spoke a lot about this subject up here for many, many years. I certainly have my reserves and feelings about Bridgeway and One Hopeful Place and vagrancy and homeless. I think all of us have a feeling about that we stand on and believe in. But also, I have seen you guys, and Ted is not here tonight specifically, try to help us improve our blight downtown. And you guys have a facility out there that is really doing some things to help us do that. So to me, this is you guys have got some skin in the game and you've helped us over here. We would like to see that continue out there. And at the end of the day, it's someone else spending money on a building that we technically still own a lease on. And I look forward to bigger things out there happening.
Thank
But
you.
Thank you for what you guys do and what you
Thank you.
have to
Appreciate
do every
that.
single day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
I've had the privilege of being able to tour One Hopeful Place, and I've toured it in the past, but it's been quite a while. But I wanted to tell you all you're doing an amazing job. The grounds look really, really good. I like the structure of the program, everything you're doing. So you have my 100% support.
Thank you.
And of course, it's near and dear to my heart when it's anything dealing with mental health issues, homelessness. And so thank you all for the works that you're doing now. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Councilman Schmidt.
Councilman Jeter brought up a good point about the efforts that y'all took, as well as the chamber, on improving the blighted,ness and the vagrancy downtown. Because of that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a substitute motion to support the original motion, just contingent on the city manager and the city attorney bringing us back an updated status on negotiating a land swap for the property at 205 Shell Avenue and the property that's currently located at One Hopeful Place. That's the substitute motion.
You have a second to that? Second. We have a motion by substitute motion from Councilman Schmidt, as he stated, seconded by Councilman Walker. Any additional comments, Councilman Schmidt?
That's it. Just while we have the negotiations going, Mr. Burns mentioned about probably needing to bring back an updated lease while the parties are talking. Let's get some formal action to see if our attorney and city manager and these fine people at One Hopeful Place in Bridgeway, if we can continue to work on our downtown master plan being the economic driver and these kind of services being out there at One Hopeful Place.
Anyone else? Councilman Walker.
Can I ask a clarifying
Sure.
question? Would it be contingent, the addendum to the lease contingent on any negotiations on the land swap, or do you want us to talk to the land swap at the same time we talk to them about the addendum to the lease?
Let's see if there's an appetite for making it contingent on the negotiations of the land swap. If the board doesn't want to do that, then
that you need to put out the motion that you're wanting it to be contingent.
yep. I thought I did, but if not, that's part of the motion.
Okay, so it is contingent.
That's it.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilman Jeter.
I think it's a great idea. I'm going to support the motion because, again, it just continues communication and collaboration. So it sounds like we have an appetite from the board up here to see that happen, but there's an appetite from the board up here to see something else happen. So let's see if we can keep negotiating and collaborating, but it sounds like it will happen one way or another.
All right, anyone else comments on that? Please vote on the substitute motion from Councilman Schmidt. That does pass 6-1. All right. We don't need to vote on the other one, correct, Mr. Burns?
Correct.
All right.
It's a substitute motion, so it supersedes.
Gotcha. Well, thank you very much for being here tonight, Ms. Jones, and thanks for all that you do. That moves us on to the consent agenda. Council, any action on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull items just for immediate discussion thereafter, 8.7 and 8.10.
Those were the exact ones I predicted.
You're a good predictor.
Feeling like a Nostradamus. All right, so that's a motion to approve the consent
Motion
agenda.
to approve withdrawing for secondary discussion 8.7, 8.1, yes.
8.10.
8.10.
Second to that motion, anyone?
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Walker, seconded by Councilman Schmidt to approve tonight's consent agenda minus 8.7 and 8.10 for further discussion. Any additional comments?
Very excited to see the presentation for the legislative funding request. That's going to be a big night, I think October 30th at the state delegation meeting. My understanding is the design for the Around the Man Mound is only getting more expensive. And I know we've recently put a lot of money into it, as well as our friends from the county. So excited about this partnership, hopefully growing with the state legislative funding. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else? Comments? Council, please vote. That does pass unanimously. Brings us to item 8.7 for those not following along at home. Item 8.7 is the purchase of a Fluid Marine 23-foot patrol boat for the police department. City Manager Davis, any additional information on that presentation?
No, council directed us to put a vote in the budget. The budget was approved. The vote that's been selected is within budget. That's the consent.
Gotcha. Councilman Walker.
Great, thank you, Mr. Davis. And I might have a Chief Beige here, or you're going to be Chief Beige tonight?
The chief is out. He's got some stuff he's got to address. So thank you, Marlo.
Okay, great. So my primary question starts kind of with you, and then it'll come over to you, but just in the clock building business that I need to understand how it works. How did this get in the consent agenda as opposed to it being as the other spending items or accepting of grants? You may have it may have been explained to me before, but how does one make it into the consent agenda and as opposed to being in the regular agenda, whether it's accepting money or spending money? I'm having trouble figuring out the differences.
Council's direction was get a boat. We put it in the budget. The budget was approved, so we had direction and approval. So I didn't know what more to discuss there was. It was instruction from council. So that was my call to put it on consent because following direction.
Anything that's budgeted that you guys approved in the budget can go on consent. Anything that you guys didn't approve in the budget will go on the regular agenda items.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was very helpful. And then secondly, I know this is probably late in the game, but with the approval of the boat and the budget and no discussion of it as part of the budget other than the budget was approved, or was there discussion in the budget talks about the boat specifically? I don't remember it.
Not the specific model that's been selected, but boat was in discussions, I feel like, way more frequently than I'm accustomed to.
Okay, very good. And then as part of that, as I was looking over the agenda, I looked at the Okaloosa County budget for their marine patrol, and so I know that as we city taxpayers pay taxes up to the county that lands in their general fund bucket up there. And then they fund police, marine resources, law enforcement resources with the general fund. You know, I'm looking at it from a taxpayer's perspective. It sometimes feels like we're being double taxed here because we're paying for the county operation and we receive their benefit, but the county doesn't pay towards our benefit of law enforcement. So was there any, are you aware of any discussion with the Sheriff's Department with partnering? I did see that Destin in 2000 partnered with the Sheriff's Department. I don't know, their marine operation is much bigger, their needs are much bigger than Fort Walton Beach City, but are you aware of any past or ongoing discussions with the Sheriff's Department of partnering?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Major Steve Marlowe with Fort Walton Beach Police Department. To answer your question, sir, we currently have a partnership with the dive team. Outside of that, as far as any kind of marine operations, I am unaware if there's any current talks or if there's any proposals, but right now, like I said, we currently do have a partnership as a dive team.
Okay. I can add to that as well. Chief had reached out to the sheriff and they've been doing twice monthly patrols looking for the derelict vessels and the pontoon operations, the illegal pontoon operations in the, I don't know the name of that little... Lake Earl? Yes. So that's been a hot spot for that sort of activity. There was a lot of people showing up, speaking under public comment, asking for additional assistance on top of, what's that, Indianola? Is that what you, I get a lot of calls from that group that the wake violations are rampant and it's destroying their seawall and their floating dock. I've gone over there. It beats pretty hard, so I get it. But the sheriff's resources seem to be dedicated towards the island thing, the Crab Island. Stuttering through the locations, but they have offered twice a month to come help when they can clear out. Also tried to get, I don't know if it was Coast Guard or FWC involved, but little response. So this was just a response from public coming saying we need help with the pontoons and the derelict vessels and the wake violations. Probably the wrong terminology, but you know what I'm saying.
Great, thank you. Maybe a couple more questions. I saw the actual physical cost of the boat, but I didn't see in the background provided personnel, staffing, training, or additional cost. I saw the 23, I went and looked it up and saw that it's typically, is it going to be manned by one officer, two officers, and will that be a 24-hour shift or is it just a single shift?
So it is my understanding, Councilman, that it would be manned by at least two officers and it would not be a 24-hour reoccurring shift. It would basically be as need basis.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Assuming the boat gets approved tonight, what type of training is needed for us to start executing this program? Or are we, as far as time goes, how much time do you think we'll need to get trained to run the Lake Earl programs and the blighted, or excuse me, the derelict vessels and those kind of things? Rough estimate, maybe.
So I can tell you that we've already begun the training portion of this and working with the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office. We do have two designated members of the agency on the dive team, and in turn they have been going out conducting training with the Sheriff's Office, conducting familiarization. As far as an overall time period, I'm not exactly sure what that looks like, but I can tell you that they have begun that.
Okay, if I can do a follow-up to that. Please. And where I'm backing into this is trying to find, my understanding is state statute, it gives a long time to clean up derelict vessels. It's a long process. And I'm not gonna act like I know the law or anything, but when we start the clock, roughly a year it could take to get derelict vessels out of Lake Earl or out of wherever. Trying to find when we can start the clock, you know what I mean? If the boat gets purchased, however long it takes the boat to get spec'd and in service, our guys trained, and when we can start that clock on going out there to
to Lake Earl is kind of what I'm looking for. And if we don't have that tonight, completely understand it, completely get it. But some follow-up maybe to this is when we can start operations, not just the training side out of it, but getting the boat out there, our guys on it, and cleaning up derelict vessels, starting the long process of cleaning up derelict vessels that could take a year. So just trying to look for feedback I can give to that community that's looking to get the boats out now that we got a boat.
Cut a check tomorrow. I don't know if it comes ready to assemble or if it takes some time to assemble, but to the specs that Chief has picked. But the second we get it, my understanding is we're rock and roll immediately.
Nice. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just want to hang on. I'll get you the second one in a minute. Let everybody get it. Councilman G.
On the payroll side of things, I think some of the sheriff's office and some of our other jurisdictions actually receive funds from the TDC for public safety. Is that true?
I'm not familiar with that, sir.
Have you guys, I know Chief Beige has reached out, so on the payroll side of things and funding some of the FTEs, there is funding out there available through the TDC to where they will pay for up to 50, 75, sometimes 100% of our personnel required on that boat throughout the tourist season. So that would just be one offset too. Chief Beige is fully aware of this. If he was here tonight,
Yes.
we'd be able to elaborate. But there's funding out there for the FTEs that are going to be operating this boat, paid for by the TDC. So that will help offset a lot of our costs going forward.
Yes, sir. I'm sure if it's available, Chief Beige knows about it.
Yes, sir, he does.
Anyone else with a question? Councilman Walker.
Just curious, Councilman Schmidt brought up interesting thoughts. If it weren't to be approved tonight, and I'm assuming there are some derelict boats or vessels there in Lake Earl, but you know, I'm picturing you guys out there riding with the sheriff's department already, either doing this. I don't know why the clock hasn't started already. What prevents the clock having started on those derelict vessels, as it being a county law enforcement operation or Florida Fish and Wildlife? I think they're the other prevailing parties, right? I mean, law enforcement. So, the boat that we're getting here won't be used to physically pull the boat, a derelict boat out of there. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
So the boat's not being used to remove them, it's going out to see them? Is that what it will provide, is the ability for city police officers on a boat to go out and see a boat that's derelict and then start a clock? He mentioned a clock. I don't know how those derelict boats get out of there. I know that's been a big push, is that this boat will somehow, and law enforcement receiving it, will help rid the area of derelict boats, but I don't understand how, and I'm trying to understand how. Can you help me there?
If I may, you're asking how the boats are removed from the water?
Not necessarily. I'm asking how law enforcement as an operation, where we've got the sheriff's department that has a law enforcement marine patrol unit. Then we have Florida Fish and Wildlife, which is the state operation of doing such things. We've got a state operation that does it, we've got a county operation that does it, and now looks like there's an appetite for having an additional third law enforcement operation funded to do the same thing. I'm just trying to understand how having this boat will aid us in removing derelict boats as a law enforcement operation.
So the city's jurisdiction actually runs 1/2 mile off of the coast. Okay, so obviously if it was within those parameters, we would be able to take enforcement action. Outside of that, we would continue to do what we've done and either contact the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office or Fish and Wildlife Commission.
Does the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Department, do they assist? I mean, can they remove derelict boats from our jurisdiction?
I can't speak for their operations, but they can assist us if we need assistance on the water.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Might be able to help with some of that because I had derelict vessels all over the place down south. We get a complaint, you'd have to go out and inspect it to make sure somebody didn't live on it, that sort of thing, and that starts the clock. As Councilman Schmidt said, it takes about a year to navigate the FWC process, and then we pay a junker of sorts that comes out and removes it, so city staff doesn't do that, and then FWC finance pay it back basically via some kind of a grant process. So it's long and expensive, but that's.
Thank you. It seems to me still that it is an operation that the state and the county can perform, and it looks like we'll be doing it as well. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got it. Council, do you wish to take any action on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the purchase of the Fluid Marine 23-foot patrol boat.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Browning to approve the purchase of the 23-foot fluid vessel for the Fort Walton Beach Police Department. Any additional comment?
Yes, sir. We've talked about this boat for years up here. I'd like to thank you all in Chief Beige for getting a small operational boat that can get to docks. It's not some big, huge, expensive boat that you're going to, go speeding with. It's a small boat that can access derelict vessels and can get to dock safely. We have a bridge under construction, and there is a intercoastal waterway out here that is very dangerous and just needs to be monitored. So it may take a year to remove derelict vessels, but hopefully it only takes one summer to educate, encourage, and enforce some boater safety. And we need more of that right here in our intercoastal. So I look forward to seeing that happen.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else wish to comment? Council, please vote. The item does pass 6-1. That moves us to item 8.10. The Okaloosa County Public Library Cooperative Agreement and the funding of $103,826,000. Anyone want to speak to that?
Good evening, Council. I'm Karen Graham. I'm the library manager. So, Mr. Payne Walker, I am here to answer any questions you have. Hopefully I have answers. If not, I will figure them out.
Thank you for that. It's part of that building block. So, and the double taxation sometimes that I feel, and this may be a clarifying point, that it is indeed not. But the Okaloosa County Public Library Cooperative, I went online couldn't find much on their funding source. Do you know is it a general fund operation that funds the co-op, or is it from membership fees, dues? I'm not sure.
So we do. The majority of our funding comes from state funding. And so the money that we're receiving here as being part of the cooperative, they receive approximately $600,000 a year from the state to be distributed among the 6 libraries, which Fort Walton's been a member of since October 1st of '99. So the cooperative's been around about 28 years, and Fort Walton's been a part of it for 26 years. And so they take the funding that they receive from state aid, and 50% of that gets divided equally among all 6 libraries in the county. So we have Mary Esther, obviously Fort Walton, Destin, Valparaiso, Niceville, and Crestview. And so it gets divided equally, that first 50%. And then the rest of the money is allocated based upon productivity of the library. So the more items we circulate, the more people that walk through our doors, the more funding that we receive.
Thank you for that. And I guess since I have you here, because it's always been one question I had about it, and I know I asked some of the previous city managers, what is the overall budget for the library, Fort Walton Beach Library?
Right now, I believe it is, I just asked Carol these numbers. I believe it's around 670,000.
Great, thank you. And this will be offsetting that? This 103?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And then the one that's curiosity, and hopefully it'll change in the future, but the last budget I looked at that line item, it was about $8,800 a month for utility services there. Are you having problems with your air conditioning? What do you attribute that $8,800 a month to in electric bills to?
So yes, we have tremendous problems with our HVAC. In our building, we currently have 3 units that cool the entire building. At the present time, we're operating off 1.5 capacity. So the units are 25 years old. They're the age of the building. They desperately need to be replaced. So they're just not as energy efficient as a newer unit would be. In addition, the building itself, when it was first designed, was designed to have 2 levels to it. And so you'd have so since we don't have a second level, you have all the space that goes to the top. So.
Be interesting to consider a drop ceiling in there with insulation up above it. But that's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else with questions?
No questions, but can I make a comment real quick?
After someone makes a motion. Let's do that. Let's do that. Anyone wish to make a motion?
Mayor, so moved. The staff recommendation, the consent agenda.
Motion made by Councilman Schmidt and seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to approve the Fort Walton Beach County Public Library Cooperative Agreement. Councilman Schmidt.
Just love seeing the collaboration with you in the library program, and want to welcome our new Park and Recs Director, Mr. Flaherty, and to see Ms. Riggs and I think Aaron Bradley just being a part of helping enhance the library and make the bathrooms look better is just a good team effort, and just goes to show our staff between the library and Park and Recs do a lot of collaboration to make things better.
It's a great team.
Yep.
Great team.
Anyone else? Yeah, Mr. Berry.
I'd like to say ditto on that, but also being on Okaloosa County Library Co-op, I've enjoyed getting to know you and all the librarians in our area. And thank you for what you've done for our library. Yeah, and I'm expecting big things from you from the county.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Council, please vote. And it does pass 7-0. That moves us to mayor and council comments. We start tonight with Councilman Jeter.
I'll save it for the end.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Merrill.
Same.
Councilwoman Riley.
Same.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Schmidt.
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Walker.
One quick one now, maybe some later. Mr. Davis, as I was walking in out there, I noticed the 2 signs that were faded for our combat veterans and wounded. I know that I texted you and I believe Chief Page. Any updates on when those signs will be replaced?
I will have to ask. I don't know, but we can get that done.
Okay, great.
That's an easy fix.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Brown.
Yeah, so I have the discussion of compensation for the mayor's position. Just going over the charter stuff, the previous meeting, and it says in the charter the city council's pay. So I wanted to specifically put mayors in there and have a discussion on it, open it up for discussion on the mayor's pay. So I'm just kind of curious, with having 8 years of experience on council and then now being the mayor, how do those two correlate, like, work related versus as the mayor versus being on council?
As far as time commitment?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think both jobs are very similar in the sense that however much you want to participate is how much you participate. For example, I think Mr. Berry probably leads everyone in the room as far as participation in many, many things. She's at most events that I'm at, certainly many others that I'm not able to attend. But that said, I would say an average of 1 to 5 events a week is probably what I'm averaging now. I've had as many as 7. I've had as few as 0, but those are pretty rare for the most part. So it is a much more taxing situation as far as just travel and presence of being at things, certainly. I would agree with that. But that's not to diminish anything that anyone else does, certainly, because I know you guys are asked a lot of things. When I was on council for 8 years, it was a lot of events, a lot of time commitment as well. It's certainly an admirable thing, but in my opinion, it would be definitely more time consuming than a council position.
Anybody, I'd like to make a motion if nobody has anything else to say about it.
Well, I would like to say just a few things. And thank you, Mayor, for enlightening me on the job past and the difference between sitting on the council and holding the role of the mayor. And I thank you for what you're doing. So what I'm hearing and basically what I'm thinking is I'm with you on that, Logan. I think that should be opened up for discussion for the mayor to be considered in terms of compensation. And the reason why I say that is because given most ordinary situations, when you are a mayor, you are called upon. you're called upon all the time. And I think, giving of your time and seeing that you are also a working mayor. So when you are a working mayor and then also setting aside the time to make the different events when you're called upon, which is the duty of the mayor, I do believe that, it is. It's a lot of work, a lot of energy. And, I know you have just a tireless commitment to the city. Obviously you do, because you've been on the council for 8 years and then as a mayor. So I'm 100% supportive of compensation. So I'm absolutely with you, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schmidt.
Procedure-wise, I'm just making the assumption that the Charter Review Committee made a recommendation to not include the mayor's pay. Is that why we're bringing it up?
I'm not.
It just doesn't specify.
It doesn't specify.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The verbiage doesn't, it just says, or actually, what got approved last meeting just says city council. It doesn't say a mayor and city council or the board.
So the discussion is, sorry.
No, I was just trying to figure out, obviously there's a reason why it got brought up, and it wouldn't have gotten to this point if the city attorney thought that it was already included. I'm just trying to figure out procedural wise. I know we had a lengthy conversation about this, and just trying to better understand why it's here, but now I understand it wasn't clear in the recommended language. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Walker?
Yeah, maybe procedurally as well. I'm not being familiar with the history of the mayorship and its pay or compensation otherwise. Or previous mayors, as I know the council was receiving insurance benefits and the stipend. Did the previous mayors receive a stipend and or compensation? Yes. So, Mr. Logan, is this just, Mr. Browning, is this a clarification? Because I always thought of, and it may be particular, but I always thought of the mayor as part of city council, as the mayor of city council, but if it's distinct and separate, and with it having been included before, I would have assumed that the mayor was a part of the charter reviews thing. So it's just to plug in the word. I mean, and aren't we having the charter review recommendations being prepared by you, brought back to us for our review for that language review? So would that be, not to say that it couldn't be done now, but it seems like it would have come about as a course of your wording of the language. Because
I was not going to add any language like that unless y'all recommend it, because that wasn't in what y'all approved at the last meeting. But if I do either get majority head-nods or a vote tonight to make certain verbiage changes, what you will see at the next meeting on the proposed ordinance for the referendum for that particular amendment will include whatever y'all vote on tonight or give a consensus on.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Berry.
Yes. From what I understand, all of us on the council, including the mayor, we have, I'm not sure of the verbiage, funding for our activities, the things that we attend, such as the Florida League of Cities that Ms. Riley and I are attending. We're funded for that, and I believe the mayor is included in that also, not just Florida League of Cities, but other events. I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I think I can answer it as best I can. I think that specific events like Florida League of Cities, things where you have to travel out of town. For instance, when I had to accompany Chief Beige when he was named the police chief for the Florida Police Chiefs Association, president of that board, I think those are all separate things that are funded. I think what Mr. Browning is saying is if everyone is reviewing the charter amendment changes and making recommendations, that he wanted to make certain that the mayor and the council were all included in that as the same. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So we need, what we're asking, we need clarification that the mayor's position is included in that, those...
potential changes to the charter.
Yes.
Yes, I think so.
Is that what we're asking? I believe that you are part of the council. I may be wrong. You were part of the council before, and now that you're mayor, and the reason I say that is that you are allowed to vote if there's a tie So and then there's some cities, municipalities that the mayor doesn't even break a tie. So in my thoughts, you are part of the council.
Sure. And
you would follow under that referendum.
I don't know why, but I want to thank you for saying I'm part of the council.
Well,
You seem very nice.
I just need clarification.
I'll have to think about it.
Yeah.
Thank you, the verbiage in the charter makes distinctions between the mayor and the city council all throughout the charter. And because actually there was no amendment, or there was no charter provision previously that just paid council and the mayor, it was done just as a course of action over many decades. When now there's an amendment being added potentially to the charter, it needs to be clear it's the mayor and city council, because mayor and city council are broken out throughout the entire charter. Otherwise, the mayor could run into some problems down the line, and he'd be the only one not authorized under the charter to get paid.
So that's the clarification that I'm asking. And the reason I say that too, because whenever you went to with Chief Page for $200, I thought, and I'm looking at how much it cost for Miss Riley and I to go to Orlando. I don't know how long you stayed there or whatever. Yeah, that was quite a bit more than what we spent. So are you going Learjet or staying at the White House kind of?
It was just Delta.
Yeah, so it was the airfare is what you're saying.
All right, Councilman Brown, any other?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we add the mayor title in the verbiage, and also for the amount of double of what city council gets paid. So I think right now it's saying that we get 1,000, so we make 2,000 a month.
Second. A motion made by Councilman Browning, seconded by Councilman Jeter to include that verbiage. Additional comments?
That's just limited to the mayor getting 2,000.
Just the mayor.
Just to the.
In my own personal opinion, double? I don't think so.
Hey, I didn't ask for anything. Don't look at me.
I'd say double because of the fact that could, 1,000 could change, and it's just easier than going in and changing dollar signs every single time, so.
Gotcha. Councilman Walker.
Yeah, so I won't be supporting the motion for the same reason I didn't support it in the Charter Review Committee's meeting recommendations to us. Once again, I want to make sure I have it right. The voters, November of 2024, told this body we are not to be compensated, not to be paid. In overwhelming fashion, they told us that. And the Charter Review Committee recommended removing the voters' overwhelming approval from the charter. And now we've gone from not only ignoring this potential motion would be not only ignoring, it would be, we were previously getting $400 a month for a stipend to now we're going, as proposed anyway, if it does pass, to $1,000 a month, which I think is 150% increase over what the voters told us they didn't want then. So I won't be supporting, it's not you personally, Mr. Mayor, I know you do a great job, and I know we all do up here. I think of it more of as a volunteer, an act of love and compassion up here. I think it's worth $50,000 a year, but it's a volunteer position, and the voters told us, and I'll honor that, and I'll not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to comment?
Yeah, just a follow-up. I still believe that I don't know if that's going to help the situation. I'll support it because we can come down and we can iron out the details. You're just putting this together. If we come down and say, it's not 1,000, it's not 2,000, that can all be ironed out. But the main thing is we're adding the mayor to compensation if we're going to do that. And the previous, if I'm not wrong, compensation to council and the mayor prior was about $250,000 a year. That's the number we got. Even at $9,000 a month, if those numbers went, that's $108,000 a year. That's over a 50% decrease. And that's why I think a lot of people up here approved it to be written in, still to be voted on, because we're looking at over a 50% decrease to the compensation overall. and that's something that maybe the voters are a little bit more palatable with. And, you know, I just want the numbers and the facts of that to be out there, that this would still be a decrease, being that the insurance package is removed and not being included on that.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, the only concerns I have on it is, and I appreciate you, Mr. Browning, bringing it up, because the intention is, if the people pass the referendum or not, to include the mayor and the council. So I respect you bringing it up. My concern is that if the voters in March of 2026 don't support putting the 3% or repealing that 3%, but do pass, what was the math in public numbers, roughly $150,000 a year, we just got a lot more operational cost. And that budget cap of 3%, if it doesn't pass, the November 2024 election, the elected officials' compensation was very close. It was like 52-48. So however it works out in March 2026, there's a better chance of that passing. If the 3% cap doesn't pass, it's going to be really hard to go through a budget process that we are compensating ourselves as a body $150,000 a year, while we're going to have to be conscious on those 3% operational cost thresholds. So because of that, I will be supporting Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Comments? Councilman Jeter.
Yeah, I know we've all spoke how we personally feel about it. I'm with Councilman Walker. It's $50,000 a year compared to what some of our commissioners pay. There's people up here that work other jobs and come here and sacrifice a lot of time, and this can be a full-time job if you make it. So I'm going to support it. There's going to be a first reading. There's going to be a second reading. We can adjust this how we may see fit going forward, but I'm certainly going to support it tonight. I hope the voters support it when it comes to March, because I can just tell every single one, and I don't want to put a number on it, because you can throw a number out there that a teacher or a police officer not make, and we should not make more than them. I certainly agree with that, but this certainly should not be a free job. And anyone who out there thinks it should be, I can't wait for you to raise your hand and run and vote for it, because it's a very time-consuming, and you are certainly put underneath the gun and have to make decisions against sometimes your friends, sometimes your family, and deal with things just like you do in business. Secondly, outside of that, I would love to, in what Councilmember Schmidt said, is it possible to put that wording in there? And he kind of took, and I wanted to ask this first or second reading, if it goes back out to a referendum, should it be in March? Are there certain things like that compensation over at this board that can be separated, just like we have a list of many, many other items on the 3% cap? Can this be separated from that 3% cap, just like TDC or half cent? Would that be allowed?
You'd have to,
if that was in the language of the ballot in 85 words.
if I get direction to insert that language into the proposed ordinance and bring it back to you, I will.
If we have more readings coming up, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll support where we're at tonight, but we may dive into this. I have a feeling this won't be the last conversation about this topic.
All right. Looks like everybody's had their chance. Council, please vote.
I don't have it.
And the motion does pass 5-2. All right, further council comments? Councilwoman DeBerry.
Yes, I'd like to share with you, this last month at the rec center, we had an ice cream social and also lumpia cooking class to celebrate National Senior Center Month. And I think all of you know that I'm really pushing more senior activities at not just bingo and mahjong and things like that, but more activities. Socialization is so important as you guys grow older. I just had a birthday. I'm 79 years old now, and I'm still kicking really, really well, but I need that social. I see the need for the socialization. And we had a senior center here. It's now the Science Center building, and whenever we remodeled the recreation center that we're in now on Jet Drive, a lot of senior activities were left out. So I'm really pushing this, and I hope all of you will contact other council members and the city manager and encourage more activities there, not just for September. And he's working with, matter of fact, AARP has a safe driving class, and I'm trying to get that going, and the city manager is working with me on that. And you get a discount on your insurance, and I'm not pushing AARP, but I found out that for 3 years you get a small discount on your car insurance. So, and I might have to teach the class because I can't find anyone to come down here to teach it. So work on me. But this is what I'm doing here for our seniors here, and not just our seniors, but look at the pickleball courts. And I hear Jet Drive pickleball courts are more famous than Ferry Park now, you guys. So,
That's debatable.
so thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I did have it on here to wish Mr. Berry a happy belated birthday, but you kind of already took my
I know, I'm so proud to be there.
I want to congratulate Ms. Ford, who's not here tonight, on her becoming a certified municipal clerk. Pretty big deal. It's a 3-year process, so round of applause. And then big thanks to the police department, Fort Walton Beach PD. I saw several officers out there this morning at Liza Jackson Preparatory Academy, high-fiving the kids as they walked into school. One of the coolest days of the year that you guys take your time and do that. Always a bunch of smiling kids and smiling parents and smiling teachers. That's a really cool thing that you guys do, so thank you for doing that. That moves us to item number 10, which is public comment. Comments tonight on items that are not on the agenda. So if it's not something that we're scheduled to talk about tonight and you want to talk about it, come on up and talk about it. So just step up to the microphone and please do tell us your name and your address, please.
Good evening. First, my name is Zachary Conlon. I represent the Okaloosa Road Football Club here. I live here in Fort Walton at 319 Racetrack Road Northwest. Lawn apartments, kind of nice girl. Got going on with the club. First things first, we're a very diverse group of people. We got people from ages 18 all the way to 65 from various walks of life, including active duty, veterans, retired military. It also includes college students, some of the local business owners, and then pretty much everything in between. What brings us together is our shared love for this sport. I don't know if you guys know a lot about rugby, but it's really fun. I would recommend you try it out if you haven't, or we'll teach you if you don't know. So, but yeah, it really drills in us like a sense of community, resilience, discipline. Like you get a lot of activity out of it. And like I said, it's pretty much all age groups could be out there. It's one of the few sports where you can communicate literally an 18-year-old and a 7-year-old can have a conversation together and be speaking the same thing. So it's really good, really great sport. So why rugby matters? Rugby fills a critical gap in this area, especially for young adults between high school and full adulthood. Too old for youth leagues, too young for or unconnected for adult sports. They often fall into a no man's land for recreation. Rugby gives them a team, a purpose, and a healthy outlet. It also incredibly accessible as you need all you need is a mouth guard and cleats. So very simple, not like football, you gotta buy a helmet, shoulder pads, all that good stuff. Just have some cleats, boot up, get a mouth guard in, we'll show you how to play. And and we're more than just athletes, we're mentors, coaches, volunteers. We've run free flag rugby clinics, and we already spoken with city officials about launching a low-cost rugby league. So it's for our young kids out here who like to be active. For young women especially, rugby is a very empowering and fast-growing opportunity. It's becoming bigger and bigger, especially, I don't know if you guys seen USA's rugby team, it's their sevens team, pretty good, the female team. I think they got bronze this year, or last year for the Olympics. So, yep, all right, cool. All right, so our use of city fields. We understand the city has limited green space, but we also want to be clear we are responsible stewards of spaces we use. We maintained and protected the outfield at Chester Pruitt Park, rotating use, repairing divots, and leaving the field in excellent condition. We even shared the field sometimes with other sports during closures. Unlike some groups using 4 fields at once, we only need one lit field, 2 evenings per week, October through March, to accommodate working adults and military members. All right, community contributions. Okaloosa Rugby gives back. We've taught rugby at the Crestview Youth Detention Center, volunteered at beach cleanups and paws adoption events, placed wreaths on veterans' graves, and supported local bars and restaurants after practice, especially during COVID when many businesses were struggling. We bring value not just in recreation, but in economic impact. Every game or social event means hundreds of dollars spent outside of peak tourist hours, boosting local businesses in the off-season. Consider the $6.5 million generated by the Con-Am Rugby Tournament in 2024. Rugby is not just growing, it's proving to be a valuable sport tourism opportunity. All right, the proposed field lottery, we're here tonight because of the proposed lottery system for field access threatens to leave us without a place to play. If we don't secure a lit field this season, we risk losing the entire club. There are no other rugby teams in this region. If we fold, rugby disappears from this area after nearly 50 years. We're not asking for special treatment. In fact, we're never even asked for free access. Despite hearing that some nonprofits are, we're simply asking for a fair and consistent opportunity to use a public field. We're proud to wear the name Okaloosa Rugby because over the years we've had to travel across the entire region just to keep the club alive, from Shalimar to Freeport to Destin, but our heart is here in Fort Walton. We want to stay here, play here, and grow here. Council members, please consider what this club brings to your community in unity, in health, in service, and economic impact. Help us secure a reliable space so that we continue to serve the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just to let you know, we do have that discussion later on this evening on the agenda. You were giving a good and impassioned speech, so I didn't want to interrupt you and stop you and tell you to wait. But I do appreciate what you said, and we will certainly take it into consideration during the debate later.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on something that is not on tonight's agenda? Yes, sir.
My name's David Hancock. I'm the live at 113 Brook Street, Fort Walton Beach. I'm a member of the board of directors of Indianola Condos. I'm here to say thanks because we got news 2 weeks ago that I've been here several times to request doing something about the trash facility, trash compactor, whatever it was going to be, move it away from our building, and y'all did that. So I'm here to say thank you to all the city council, Mr. Davis, everybody. Mr. Davis has been especially cooperative. I want to thank you. But like I said, I'm just here to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock.
I firmly believe you don't say thank you enough in this world.
Well, it's nice to hear from you. Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on any items not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we will move on to item 11.1, which is a resolution on first reading. Resolution 2025-22, supporting Chief Beige for International Association of Chiefs of Police, Major Marlowe. Appreciate you pinch hitting tonight on short notice, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of council, Major Steve Marlowe with Fort Walton Beach Police Department. Since his appointment as Chief of Police of the City of Fort Walton Beach in 2019, Chief Robert Beige has provided exceptional leadership to the police department and the community. His tenure has been marked by a steady commitment of strengthening to public safety, building community trust, and enhancing the professional development of law enforcement personnel. Chief Beige is widely recognized for his ability to provide calm and effective leadership during times of uncertainty, whether addressing challenges at the local level or responding to broader national events that impact law enforcement and community relations. His measured, steady approach has served as a source of stability for residents, elected officials, and department personnel. Beyond his service to the city of Fort Walton Beach, Chief Beige has established himself as a respected voice in law enforcement locally, statewide, and nationally. He has served on several high-level commissions and councils, including appointments by the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to the Criminal Justice Standards and Training Commission and by Chief Financial Officer Jimmy Petronis to the Immigration Council. Chief Beige's involvement extends to public safety initiatives addressing some of Florida's most pressing issues. He had worked collaboratively with community partners to combat the opioid crisis, improve affordable housing security, and strengthen infrastructure protection efforts across the state. His leadership within professional associations is equally notable. Since 2017, he has been a member in good standing of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the world's largest professional organization of police executives. In 2022, he was appointed to the IACP Board of Directors and continues to serve as the Florida representative to the State Association of Chiefs of Police, division of IACP. In 2025, Chief Beige was elected to serve as president of the Florida Police Chiefs Association, a role that further underscores his reputation as a trusted leader among his peers. His ability to represent the Fort Walton Beach and the state of Florida on such a platform reflects positively on the city and its law enforcement leadership. Most recently, Chief Beige has expressed his intention after consultation with city officials to declare his candidacy for the office of IACP fourth Vice President. The position is part of the IACP Executive Board, an elected body whose members ascend through leadership ranks, culminating in service as president. The election will take place at the IACP Annual Conference on October 26 in Orlando, Florida. Endorsing Chief Beige's candidacy for the IACP Executive Board represents an important opportunity for the city of Fort Walton Beach. His election would place the city on an international stage with direct influence on law enforcement policies, strategies, and initiatives impacting communities worldwide. The city's endorsement acknowledges not only Chief Beige's qualifications and accomplishments, but also the collective benefits of his service. The visibility and credibility associated with an IACP leadership position will reflect positively on Fort Walton Beach, reinforcing the city's image as a forward-thinking, engaged community committed to public safety. Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. Could you skip down to item 4.1?
Yes, sir. Staff respectfully recommends that the City Council adopt Resolution 2025-22 endorsing and authorizing Chief Beige to declare his candidacy, campaign, and if elected, serve on the Executive Board of the International Association of Chiefs of Police.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board for Major Marlowe? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Council, do you wish to take any action?
Mr. Mayor, so moved. Staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to accept and adopt Resolution 2025-22 endorsing and authorizing Chief Robert Beige to declare his candidacy, campaign, and if elected, serve on the Executive Board of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Any additional comments?
I look forward to Chief Beige receiving this position, but I have concerns. He's president of the Florida Chiefs, and now this. I hope he's going to stay with us longer. I hope he's not moving up. So I'm praying that he'll do well here and stay with us and work with us here to represent us there at the state. So.
Mr. Berry, I couldn't agree with you more, but I would also add that the Florida Police Chiefs Association is a one-year position as president of that, so I think this would probably follow that.
Okay.
So maybe one-year appointment as well. Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, just to add, the letter of support that our local sheriff gave, where he mentioned, never worked as close, not only with the chief of the city of Fort Walton Beach, but with any municipality in the county. And I just think that shows a lot of support for his leadership, and whether when he first came on and took action to merge the SWAT resources, to his persistency of taking 3 years to get a boat, and all in between. This is an honor for Chief Beige. I look forward to supporting him.
Thank you, sir. Council, please vote. And that motion does pass unanimously. That moves us on to item 11.2, Resolution 2025-24 to accept Florida Department of Transportation grant funding for distracted driver prevention. Once again, Major Marlowe.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, In fiscal year 2021-22, the City of Fort Walton Beach established a dedicated traffic safety unit within the police department. FDOT's fiscal year 2026 highway safety matrix ranked the City of Fort Walton Beach 18 out of 105 cities of similar size in distracted driving with serious injury and fatal crashes. Okaloosa County is ranked number 1 out of 18 similar sized counties. The ranking places the city well within the highest 40% for distracted driving crashes, making the city eligible for the grant assistance from FDOT. In 2022, 886 crashes were reported within inside the city limits. Distracted driving contributed to 378 of these crashes, and 84 of them resulted in injuries. In 2023, 827 crashes were reported within inside the city limits. Distracted driving contributed to 304 of these crashes. One of the crashes was a fatal, and 84 of the crashes resulted in injuries. In 2024, 692 crashes were reported within inside the city limits. Distracted driving contributed to 265 of these crashes. One of the crashes, again, was fatal, and 67 of the crashes resulted in injuries. The Fort Walton Beach Police Department strives to improve the quality of life for all individuals within the city limits and to provide a safer environment for safety fosters prosperity. The Fort Walton Beach Police Department identified a grant opportunity from FDOT to assist with the financial costs of increased high visibility patrols to detect and deter distracted drivers. The city applied for and was awarded a $20,000 FDOT grant from the state of Florida. The total grant amount is $20,000. The project is 100% funded. No matching funds are required. A budget amendment is included to record the grant revenue and expenses in the fiscal year 25-26 general fund budget. This item is not affected by the Charter Amendment Ordinance 2145 due to the fact that it is grant funded. Staff respectfully recommends City Council adoption of Resolution 2025-24 to accept $20,000 from the Florida Department of Transportation for distracted driving prevention, authorization for the mayor to accept the grant, the city manager or police chief to execute the adequate acceptance documents, and authorization of a budget amendment to record the grant.
Thank you, Major. Questions from the council on this for Major Marlowe? Seeing none, does anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, do you wish to take action?
Mr. Mayor, so move to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Merrill, seconded by Councilman Browning, to accept the $20,000 grant from the Florida Department of Transportation for distracted driving prevention. Any additional comments? Seeing none, council, please vote. And the motion does pass unanimously. That brings us to item 11.3. Resolution 2025-25 to approve the USDHS ICE 287G service agreement and accept grant funding. Once again, to start the Major Marlowe.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Major Steve Marlowe. Fort Walton Beach has consistently upheld the rule of laws and maintained a strong stance on crime. Between fiscal years 2020 and 2024, U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded over 10 million encounters along the U.S. border. At both the national and state levels, there is an increasing focus on identifying and removing individuals who have entered or remained in the United States unlawfully, particularly those posing risk to public safety. On February 13, 2025, Governor Ron DeSantis signed Senate Bill 2-C into law, strengthening immigration enforcement efforts at the state level. To support local law enforcement agencies with immigration enforcement costs, the governor has introduced grant programs to provide financial assistance. The governor has also established the State Immigration Enforcement Council consisting of 4 police chiefs and 4 sheriffs to advise on the administration of these grant programs and statewide immigration enforcement efforts. On February 25th of 2025, the city signed an agreement with Immigration and Customs Enforcement to have officers trained and to work with ICE as task force officers. This is otherwise known as the 287G program. On September 27, 2025, the department was notified it is eligible for an ICE incentive of $100,000 for transport costs and $7,500 per 287G certified officer for equipment costs, for a total of $152,500. This is a one-time incentive grant for agencies that were fully operational with a 287G program prior to September 30th, 2025, and not a reimbursement grant. After October 1 of 2025, the city is eligible for reimbursement grant for personnel costs from 287G authorized operations. The lump sum incentive grant amount of $152,500. There is no match required by the city, and this is not a reimbursement grant, but a one-time payment to the city from ICE. After October 1, 2025, the city is eligible for reimbursement of personnel costs for authorized ICE task force operations. This item does not have a budgetary impact relating to the Charter Amendment Ordinance 2145 due to the fact that it is a grant in a special revenue fund. Staff respectfully recommends City Council adoption of Resolution 2025-25 accepting $152,500 from the Department of Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the future funds from the reimbursement of personnel costs from authorized operations with ICE, authorizing the mayor to sign the acceptance documents, authorizing the city manager or police chief to execute all necessary documents to complete the grant and grant-related purchases, and authorizing a budget amendment to record the grants.
All right, thank you, Major Marlowe. Before we get to questions from council, I just want to ask one question right off the top. Does this change the way that the Fort Walton Beach Police Department polices the city in any way?
No, sir, not at all.
Thank you. Questions from council? Mr. Romero.
Major, thank you. You said this isn't a reimbursement grant, just so I can understand it. This was more of an incentive grant for us, for our city, to take part in this program in which we trained 7 officers. We have 7 trained officers, is that correct? Is that what this is if we were already a part of this program, if we've already been trained or have certified officers in the 287G program, is that what that is? That then this is available because of that? Because you're saying it's not a reimbursement grant, and so I'm just trying to understand. It's a grant that's given to departments that are already enrolled in this and have certified officers.
Go ahead. Good evening, I'm Sergeant Mooney. I'm with the Special Investigations Unit. I'm the supervisor of our 287G program right now. So basically, the way this goes, because we were fully operational before October 1, we became eligible for this one-time grant that is specifically for vehicles and equipment. At the time of our becoming eligible for this, we had 7 officers who have been trained with the 287G program, and we actually made a 287G arrest before October 1. We now are up to 11 officers who are trained in this program.
And so I wanted to know that because we were already enrolled, because we're already trained in that, we're ready to go, we're already active prior to that October 1st date, that's what, I mean, this is free money at this point that they're saying, so it's not to incentivize us in the future for anything, this is just, you've done it, check the box.
Right, and the grant changes after October 1. The grant, so this is a one-time pre-October 1 that allows us to get money from the federal government to assist with future operations. Vehicles is specifically a big part of it for transportation services, and then equipment for each officer. Going forward past October 1, the post-October 1 is just reimbursement for basically payroll and expenses in 287G operations.
For any other officers that get certified?
For certified
For any-
287G officers,
Gotcha.
which at this point we have 11.
Gotcha. So that would add 4 more, like we would be looking at, or we would get paid again for 11?
No, so there will not be another one-time grant. The pre-October 1 is the one time where you get $100,000 plus $7,500 per officer. Going forward, that grant is no longer available post-October 1. So we only are eligible for the reimbursement for time, services, and...
Gotcha. Okay.
Councilman Schmidt.
Can you confirm that it's Florida law that we cooperate with federal immigration agencies?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's Florida law that we cooperate with them, and you can confirm that this funding gives us no new authority that we would be doing outside of what we have to do to cooperate with the state and federal law?
No, yes, sir. It doesn't grant us any new authority other than it gives us the training to know what to look for and how to verify somebody's residency if we were to come across somebody who was suspected to be here illegally. And it also gives us the ability to contact immigration and complete the paperwork to have either a detainer or removal completed.
So in summary, we have to cooperate with state law and federal law. Our officers by law have to.
Yes, sir.
This is funding to compensate the cost for cooperating with federal and state law.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Walker.
Follow up on that a little bit. I believe I saw a communication from Chief Page regarding it's in conjunction with other law enforcement activities. So you're investigating a crime.
Right.
Then you're not going out and looking for immigration issues. If there's a crime that you come upon or become a part of, then as a part of that investigation, you can inquire as to the immigration status.
Essentially, yes. The training gives you the tools to look for and verify somebody's residency or legal status. There's a misconception where we could just walk up to somebody and ask them if they're here legally. That's not how this works. The way this works is that if we come across somebody during our law enforcement duties, whether a call for service, a traffic stop, or something like that, and we are suspicious that they might be here illegally or their status might be in question, the training gives us the tools to know what to look for, call immigration services to verify and see what's going on. To give you an example, the one that we made pre-October 1, the arrest we made, the gentleman had committed several traffic infractions during a traffic stop. We learned that he had a fake driver's license, called the immigration services, ran his name and date of birth, found out he had been previously deported 3 times. He was convicted of 12 felonies in other parts of the state and been in 6 traffic crashes. That gentleman was eligible for a detainer to be placed and to be deported for the 4th time. So.
Question, and this is, what's so promising to me, I believe, is, if I understand it correctly, the training that's been received now by those 11 officers, it also focuses on trafficked humans, right?
Correct.
So I know recently, I can't recall if it was just last week, but I believe there was an arrest made at a local establishment, and there was discussion, and don't need to know it even if you knew it, but there was discussion that person may have been involved in being trafficked.
Right.
So, so the training you guys receive will help identify trafficked persons and take appropriate steps to protect them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Yeah, Ms. Riley, go ahead.
Sir, my question to you would be, it kind of sound to me as if, I know Governor DeSantis, put the 287G bill into place. I know that part of it. But in terms of the city in a whole, is there any type of sovereignty that our city would have? Is there, involving the immigration and ICE issue in terms of having a local sovereignty? Is there any local sovereignty? I'm not a lawyer. Maybe, Attorney Burns would be able to answer that. But I'm just curious to know, is there any type of,
Are you referring to like a safe haven or something here? I'm not understanding.
no, I'm asking, is there any type of local sovereignty? I understand that Governor Santos has put it into play, right? I know he has to be a lot there. But us as a city, and having the Long Beach Police Department, is there any sovereignty, local sovereignty? I'm not talking state level, because sometimes you do have a little of wiggle room or whatever not, where you may have a little bit of sovereignty. That's the question I'm asking.
I think I can actually handle it. So that decision was actually made back on February 25th of this year when the city did execute an agreement with ICE staff officers trained to work with ICE as task force officers. So at that point in time, the city decided to work with ICE at that point in time. If you were a city that had your own police department, you would not enter the police programs, then ICE would not be reimbursing and working with you, but you still would be under state law in terms of you're supposed to be doing certain things, but I don't think there would be too much of a oversight on those municipal police departments. But because the city made the voluntary decision to enter into this agreement back in February 24th, that decision kind of has been made.
Okay, thank you. One more question. Okay, I know Councilman Morrell had asked about the incentivizing, for the police department, and you said there were no incentives. This is not a reimbursement on the grant. So in other words, am I hearing you say that this grant is just, was just given? There's no...
Right, so we were eligible for it because we became active before October 1.
And you became active before October 1, but is that due to the training? Does it have something to do with you all agreeing to train some of our officers? So in other words, it kind of still sort of sounds like it's an incentive. To me, it does.
So we were eligible for this grant because the training was offered to us by the government, and we took the training and made an arrest before October 1. So therefore, we became eligible for the grant.
So in return, because of the training, then you're eligible to get this money, the $100,000 or so. Okay. And so moving forward and futuristically looking, I hope to just. I'm just kind of feeling a little leery in a sense, because I don't want our city to become torn apart. I don't want, innocent citizens, to be run upon, with a mass ICE uniforms and tearing our city apart like that. So we're seeing it happening all over the nation. So I'm just,
Yes, ma'am. That's not how the program works. The program is focused on coming in contact with people who are during our law enforcement duties and verifying that we can't. It's not something that we would just target, groups of people or anything like that. There has to be a reason why we are contacting them, a lawful reason, via a traffic stop or a crime has been committed or something. I can't just walk up to somebody and inquire about their status. That is not legal.
Okay, we're realizing that this is transpiring over the nation, and we are having incidents like that. So I just, I would hope that, yeah. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else on council with questions for the major or the sergeant? Seeing none, does anyone from the public wish to speak on this resolution? Yes, ma'am. Just please come forward, state your name and address.
Good night. My name is Sandra Roa. I'm a pastor. I live in the city of Fort Walton for 26 years. I pastor a community church on Beale Parkway, which have about 80 members, families, men and women with kids. And right now, I read about what's happening today. Normally when somebody gets stopped by the police, I go as translator because most of them, they don't speak English. And before they told me that the troopers were working with ICE. So if one individual who was driving with no driver license gets stopped, not only the driver go to jail, the passengers also are going to jail. Things that I never seen since I've been on this town. Like I said, 26 years, I had 3 kids here, I have my grandkids. I have a daughter who's 24 years old, and she's married with a Salvadorian man, and he got stopped 2 weeks ago. He got crashed into another car. He got taken to Crestview, and now they're moving him to Louisiana, now to Alcatraz. My daughter put a lawyer. They moving them, and they don't even giving information to the family. I really don't think the ICE is working clear. Like they working like they grab somebody and they just take it there. Right now, to just be illegal is a crime. Things that were before went like that. You had to do something to be taken. Now, for you to be in a car is a crime, even if you're not driving. And I don't think that's really fair. I love America. America is being a free country. You know, I disagree with with the law right now. I agree with people who like drinking, driving, that had done a crime. Sure, send them back. I don't want them here either. I have kids, I have grandkids too. I want them to be safe. But for people that are just living here right now, working with, to feed the kids, because these illegals too, they have kids here. They are born here. So they're leaving kids here without parents, like they're taking the mothers or the fathers. So what the community is going to do about that? That's my question. It is a problem. It's not just like taking and deporting them. We're having kids living, right now we're having kids behind without parents. And not all the illegals are criminals. There's good illegals here, they come just to work, to feed their kids, to feed their wives, to support the family. Yes, we have good ones and we have bad ones, but we can't say they're all bad. Before, when this started, they said we'll go just after the criminals. Right now, they're going for everybody. Everybody's in problem right now. If you go stop, you're going to immigration. I mean, they're taken to Crestview and then they sending to Alcatraz, all these places. The facilities of immigration right now, they're terrible. They say they had to take even turns to sleep. They sleep like 6 hours, they had to get up and the other one sleep. Because my son-in-law is in there right now, and he's telling me that. There's old people there in jail, they're not getting medicines there. Right now it's just a chaos, and I think for us, as a community, to get involved in this, I don't think it's not doing any help to the community. There is a place here behind Home Depot where they play soccer. A lot of immigrants play soccer there, and a lot of them are going drinking. I had told the officers, go there. And if they're drinking there, take them, because we don't want them on the street driving. But right now they're taking people who like working. They're not taking the bad ones. They're taking the good ones. The bad ones are still here. So I think we need to focus more in the criminals, like the one who's selling drugs, and the one that had DUI, and the ones who like no good for the country, for the community. But I don't think that somebody that just come to work here to feed the kids, that we can be scared of that. I don't see that's the problem. I came legally here 26 years ago, and I have work. I own a construction company. Now I'm a pastor. I've been a pastor for 7 years. I'm an immigrant. I'm not like a problem for the community. So what I'm trying to say is which is good people, there's bad people. But we need to focus in the bad people, and we have to think about these kids too. All these families, they have kids born in America. And they're taking the parents, and the kids are staying here suffering because the parents are gone. And who's doing something about that? Right now we are focusing, and it's terrible, my kids, they're all brown like me, of course, and they're born here, and sometimes you go to Walmart, and you can feel, the people, they're like the races, is like overwhelmed right now. Where I used to feel safe, we don't feel safe anymore. So that's why I want to tell you guys, think about, consider the decision. We need to have more, we have to pray more about the country, about what we need to do, and you guys have the sign right here. We need to trust more God for our decisions. We just can go with the wind. Right now, the wind is not going the right way. We need more praying. We need more thinking about families, think about kids that are suffering here, and let's consider this decision before we make it. Because like I said, they're not going for the bad ones, they're going for the good ones too. Good night, that's the only thing I had to say.
Thank you very much, Pastor. And thank you for staying so long to be able to get a chance to speak. I do appreciate it. I just do want to remind everyone as well that and I think the pastor said it very eloquently with her words, but we're not here tonight to have any sort of national debate about what's right or what's wrong or who should be here or who should not or how anyone should get picked up. We're simply focusing on our local police department. I do want to just make that very clear before anyone else gets up to speak, because I know this is an issue that a lot of people have a lot of opinions on, that are very passionate, and certainly being a member of this city or being a member of the United States, you have every right in the world to speak and express those opinions. But here, for the purposes of this meeting, we got about 5 minutes each, and we want to hear what you have to say about the city on this particular issue. So whoever would like to come up and speak next, you're welcome to do so. Just please tell us your name and your address.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Erin Rosenstock of 268 Ventura in Fort Walton. So I'm here in opposition to this. I really missed the memo that I should have been here in February, because it seems like we've gone a little too far in terms of the money is not so much a quid pro quo, but it's some sort of reimbursement from what I'm understanding. But I think that accepting those funds and pursuing this partnership seems like a slippery slope that we want to maybe avoid. And I say that because it's taking away from our local resources, even if it's just within the confines of arrest warrants and things happening when they're on patrol. I feel like, or I'd like to believe that Fort Walton Beach Police Department is here to protect and serve all of us, right? And those, it feels like if they have, like, what is that $152,000 going to buy? It sounded like equipment, maybe heavily armored cars. Like, I don't even know what to anticipate, but it sounds scarier and makes me nervous as a citizen as to like what that funds goes to for those officers, and then what that then means to our community members. Second, everything that I read about 287G is like we cede a lot of our power, the local authority, to ICE and their protocols. And so that also gives me some concern that we already voted for that, but yeah, someone could clarify and tell me that I'm wrong about that later. And then I'm also concerned about the hidden costs. Like, what happens if the next administration swings and then it goes the other way, and now our city council is held liable for things that went on under this jurisprudence, right? That makes me nervous as a local citizen. I'm trying to be fast. That was my fourth concern, and then I already said that too. All right, and so that's basically it. I'm just concerned that like taking this money then only holds us more accountable to the powers that be, and I don't necessarily feel like those powers that be are the ones that we want to be on the right side of. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenstock. Chief Beige, I know you just walked into the room. If you could kind of jump in here in between and speak to this briefly, because I think you could probably give us better background than anybody else.
Yes, sir. I mean, you can ask any question you'd like to ask, or I can make a statement, whichever you prefer.
Just maybe a statement, and then we'll continue to hear from you.
So I only got to hear bits and pieces of the comments that have been made in the last few minutes, but I can tell you that, one, the $100,000 for the vehicle and the $52,500 for equipment comes from the federal government for having an active program. And what they define as an active program, it's fine, Steve, I'm good. For an active program is that, one, and as the previous speaker talked about, the City Council back in February voted to participate in the 287G program. If you can remember, Ron DeSantis called a special session of the legislature, which requires local governments to cooperate with immigration enforcement. It doesn't mandate for us to sign a 287G, but if you also remember, Fort Myers, Key West, and a handful of other cities did not want to sign a 287G agreement, and they got a visit from the Attorney General, and at their next council meetings, they did sign the 287G agreement. The 287G is the best route to show our cooperation with federal immigration. We don't really succeed authority to them. We have complete authority to decide whether we want to do an operation with immigration. We don't want to do an operation with immigration. And since February, we've only made one immigration arrest. So I heard about the fields at Home Depot, behind Home Depot, work sites. We're doing none of that enforcement. The one immigration arrest we made was on a traffic stop where somebody presented a driver's license that did not appear to be a valid driver's license. And from working with our federal partners in INS, we determined that it was a fraudulent driver's license from Delaware, and that person had been previously deported 3 times. So he was a 3-time previously deported alien. That was the only immigration arrest that we have made so far. Now, there may have been other people that had state charges and went to the jail in Crestview, and immigration decided to pick them up once they were in the jail. But we've made only one immigration arrest ourselves since we've been in the 287G program since February. The $100,000, like I said, is for a vehicle. It will not be an armored vehicle. It will be a regular police vehicle. So it's just an incentive that since we had an active program, we signed the agreement, we trained 7 officers, and we did at least one immigration activity, that qualified us if we had done it before the end of the federal fiscal year for the $100,000 and then the $7,000, $500 for each 287G officer for equipment. The equipment for this is very open-ended. We were probably thinking of some type of rapid ID system. We have an older rapid ID system. So if we come across somebody on the road that has no identification, we can take their fingerprints right then and there and give a proper identification. It could also possibly buy some additional radio equipment for us. We just went through a swap over with the county where the county gave us the majority of the radio equipment, but we do have a few needs still with radio equipment. So the equipment needs would be directly related to law enforcement activities. Unless you have anything else, Mayor?
That's good. Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this? Just please state your name and address.
Sandra Atkinson, 608 Audubon Drive, Fort Walton Beach. I just wanted to speak in support of this. I hope y'all vote to pass it. I think it's a win-win for everybody. It helps our officers, it helps our community, and like Councilman Payne said right before I got here, because I was watching on YouTube, human trafficking, whether we like to realize it or not, is an issue in this area. It's not a huge issue, but, you know, one victim is one too many. And like over on Racetrack, there was a massage place that got busted for solicitation of prostitution, and she happened to be a massage therapist, and I'm a massage therapist, so I'm well aware of what's going on. I was on the was a governor appointee for the Florida State Board of Massage Therapy, and there was a lot of human trafficking victims from Asian countries. And I'm not saying those are the only people that do it, but for some reason in this area, it's predominantly from that culture. And I just think that we should be protecting these people, as well as the public, you know, from illegal activities. So I hope that y'all pass this, and it seems like it's just reimbursing our officers for something that they're already doing anyways. So please consider passing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Vivian Perez, 300 Brook Street, Fort Walton Beach. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am requesting that you vote no on this resolution. This resolution, we accept $152,000 in federal funds. $100,000 has not been spent yet. We may have spent some money on training. That $100,000 for vehicles has not been spent. This, at first glance, might seem like a practical choice, but I think it comes at a high cost to our city, our values, and our community. Let's be honest. What does this program do? It is deputizing our local police to enforce federal immigration law, a responsibility that should remain with federal agents, not our local officers. Our police should be focused on our local safety, not federal mandates. That federal funding comes with strings attached. You know it does. Those strings mean outside control. That is not small government. It's not local control. It's not local decision-making. Worse, the numbers tell a very troubling story. According to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, okay, on your website, out of more than 6,000 individuals that have been detained in the state of Florida in the last 9 months, only 0.5%, that's 25 people, have had confirmed gang affiliations. The vast majority of the others, they are people, hardworking people, like the pastor said, with work permits, valid work permits, valid driver's license, valid social security numbers they've been given for their work permits. They are paying taxes. They are contributing to our community. We are detaining workers and families, not criminals. And it's costing all of us, because now also those children and those families are dependent on the community. The main breadwinner of their family is now being detained at a cost to us as taxpayers. What is that costing us to detain them? Why not allow their legal process to continue and contribute to our society like they have been? I know we don't want criminals. I'm saying the hardworking people with valid permits. This approach isn't just inefficient, it's inhumane. It's separating families, it's damaging livelihoods, and adds to the worker shortages already straining our local business and economy. We are hurting our own communities, and we are paying to do it. Make no mistake, this is optional. Florida law requires participation for county sheriffs, not cities. This is on the 287G website by ICE. County sheriffs, not cities. The legislature drew that line for a reason. We are under no obligation to comply. This isn't about being for or against immigration, as you said. It's about protecting local control, preserving trust in our police, resisting government overreach, principles that transcend politics. Here in North Florida, we value independence. We believe in standing tall and not bowing to political pressure. Please stand with your community and do what's right. Vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Would anyone else from the public like to speak on this? Oh, real quick, Mr. Davis.
Clarification, the $100,000 vehicle. We actually had one mangled in a DUI traffic stop, so it's going to replace that. It's nothing addition, just for clarification.
Thank you, sir. Yes,
Frank Bishop, 309 Briarwood Circle. I'd like to speak up in support of this. You know, I go all right with the PD and never seen them target any specific group of people and out there just looking for specific people. Everything they do, I see on a professional standard, and I'd be in support of it. If you can't be here legally and you get involved in a traffic crash or a crime, you should pay the penalty for it. And so I would like to speak in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
I would like to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I'm with a child since early here. Excuse me. Good evening, my name is Denise DeSoto. My address is 2613 Windsor Lane for Walton Beach. I'm sorry, I've been running. So I just would like to have clarification that moving forward in the future with this new thing that we're trying to do locally in our city, it is really going to be focusing on what really is happening with the criminal part. Because we see all the time, oh, we're just going to get the worst of the worst. We're not going to go after families. I'm sorry. In this area, I have seen families being torn apart. I have seen women that are here fighting for a better life, running away from their countries. One woman specifically, she went to work one day and she was taken by the state troopers for driving without license, which is an offense. Her baby, 9 months old, was taken by DCF. This woman had no family, nobody here, and she was just trying to run away from danger in her country. I I agree with this as far as there is a commitment with the community that this is going to be solely for the criminal purpose and they're not going to be targeting our people. Because this is how it starts. They say we're not going to be targeting people, and I myself am a U.S. naturalized U.S. citizen. I've been here almost 20 years in this county specifically, and I work hard to be where I am. I'm highly involved in my county, and I'm also part of St. Mary Catholic Church since I was very young. I have seen many things. I don't agree with a lot of them. I just want for people that is not able to communicate in the language in the best way to be able to not be profiled just by the way they look. I myself often encounter that situation when I go to places. In instance, I went one time to the ER when my baby was newborn, and I was completely ignored, and they look at my husband because he's Afro-Caribbean. They thought he was black and he spoke English, but just because of my Hispanic indigenous looks, they assumed that I did not speak English. I was raised in a private bilingual school back home where I was born, and I've been exposed to the language since I was very young. Unfortunately, for some people, it's not very easy to learn another language and communicate fluently in it. I just want my community of Fort Walton Beach, where I previously resided, now I live outside of the city limits, to still be united. We trust our police departments, and I believe something of this level, it's more like federal law. I think the city have major things and more important things to focus, since this is not something that has really affected us often on a daily basis. Fort Walton Beach City has great people. I love my police department. I love all they do to our community, and I think this is just going to take, it's going to scare people because they say we're not going to do nothing, we're not going to profile people. Unfortunately, they will be profiling people. I'm not saying that's something that is going to happen, but why was it mentioned that if you go to a situation, you're going to be able to see the legal status of this person? So for you just to arrive into a place where it was a situation or an inconvenience, why will you have to start checking people's legal status? So that goes completely on the opposite way of what they're being told, that they're just going to go ahead with this training. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, for Walton Beach PD, that they don't have many officers, or maybe a few, or just like technology to interpret. Because if you're not able to communicate with people, how are you going to know that this enforcement is going to be really transparent? So all I have to say is that our community, our landscaping companies, our housekeepers, all the people that do those jobs that nobody wants to do, they're not here hurting people. We are here to just become better, and many of them are in a legal immigration process that right now, even though you're doing it right, it took me like 10 years to become a citizen. So during that process, maybe if I wasn't a US citizen now, I could be profiled. There have been people here taken by the state troopers that they were with a permit, with a license, with a social, and even green cards taken to Alcatraz, where they were having the lights on all day. They were having a lot of sickness and fed every 8-9 hours, sometimes 10 hours. So I would really appreciate it if our city would just remain the way we are, enforcing things that really, really need to be enforced. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Would anyone else from the public like to speak on this? Yes. Just please come forward and state your name and address.
June Scroggin, 187 Brook Street, Southeast Fort Walton Beach. I'm going to make this very short. This is being taken or presented as being political. It is not political, okay? It's not political. The police have presented their case, what they're about to do or want to do, what they're doing, their limits are, and they've clearly stated to the public, to our city council and to our entire public, what their intention is. That is on record. Okay, that's on record. So they are going to be held to that responsibility. Be very careful about making this a political situation. It's not supposed to be, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wish to speak on this from the public? Chief Bays, you wish to add anything? And then, you know,
Just for, ask your question first, because I may have to answer.
Sorry. Well, Sarah Abel, 327 Eldridge Road, Fort Walton Beach. I just had a question from way back in the beginning when we were talking about this program, and when the police department decided to be part of it and how it was working. And the one quick thing that was said, we joined something about October 1st, and because we made an arrest before October 1st, then we qualified for the funding. And so, to me, that makes it sound like, okay, if you do this, then you can have this. And I think that's some of our concerns about that.
I can comment on all that. So, Mayor, there were several points that I would like to clarify that have been made. The first one about the driver's license in the Florida Highway Patrol, that would happen regardless whether it were 287G, whether the Highway Patrol was 287G or not. If you drive without a license, you can be arrested, and unfortunately, families are separated. And as I talked about before, when the jail processes people, if they determine that you may have any detainer or other immigration hold on you, they contact ICE automatically, whether you're a 287G agency or not. We entered this back in February. The item in front of you tonight is not whether we are a 287G agency or whether or not a 287G agency or not. The item in front of you tonight is just merely, do you want to accept the end of year funding the federal government made available? Prior to September 27th, and it's in your package, we were unaware of any incentives or anything else. We trained 7 people because we thought that was the proper number to train. We made 1 immigration arrest because it was the proper thing to do, because the person had been previously deported 3 times. We are not going to work sites. We are not running immigration checks. We do our enforcement incidental to law enforcement activities. And it is an additional tool that aids us in making the community safer and getting people out of the community that want to intend to do harm in the community. So I think that answered some of your question about the 1 arrest we made and why we're here tonight for the money. And I wanted to bring up the thing about the driver's license and the Florida Highway Patrol. And we cannot comment on how other agencies work, whether it's a Florida Highway Patrol or other state law enforcement agencies. But as I think June stated, we've put our intentions on the record. You have seen the course of conduct that we've had since February and how we've run our 287G program here in the city of Fort Walton Beach. And this item in front of you only tonight is about the funding available prior to October 1st. And then after October 1st, if we chose to, and that's the key word, work a joint operation with immigration, if they were to come here and look for criminals, pedophiles, other criminal aliens, it would reimburse overtime. The same way we have an agreement with the DEA for drug enforcement, the same way we have an agreement with the U.S. Marshals to look for wanted personnel, it's the exact same mechanism that would be used post-October 1st.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else from the public like to speak on this before the council takes a vote? Seeing none, council, do you wish to take any action on the item?
Mayor, so move staff's recommendation.
Second. A motion made by Councilman Schmidt and seconded by Councilman Walker to adopt Resolution 2025-25, accepting $152,500 from the Department of Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the future funds from the reimbursement of personnel costs from authorized operations with ICE. Any additional comments? Councilman Walker.
Just, I think it's all been said here. I know it's being presented and looked at it different ways, and I can appreciate that, but this money is going to be received. It's going to be reimbursed for the car that was taken out in a DUI. It's not an armored vehicle for special forces or tactics or operations, and I trust fully, as several have said, that the police chief and the police department is on record stating how they have been working and how they will continue to work, and that will be as part of their police regular operations. So I trust that they will continue that way.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to comment?
I don't have a comment, but Mayor, would it be okay if I ask Chief Page a question?
No, we're going to either comments on the motion or
comment. Okay. I was just wondering. I just wanted to know.
Make a comment.
I'm trying to make a comment.
Then make a comment.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to word it to make a comment.
Make a comment. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. My comment is this. You all have 7 officers or 11 officers that were trained. And my comment would be, I would hope that through your training, that you were trained on what to look for when approaching people of color, brown skin communities, or I also would hope that you were trained on somewhat of diversity and how to handle race and color when one of the officers, when you are doing your ICE duties. So I don't know what ICE duties would require and what the training would require, but my comment would be, again, is I would hope that some type of diversity training was involved in that. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Comment, Mr. Jude?
My comment to Chief Page is thank you for showing up and clarifying some of this, and you worded it best at the end. This is not going to change any way that we have policed since we adopted this in February. This is not going to change that tomorrow. It didn't change it last week. We will continue to serve our community and be as gentle and kind as you were 3 years ago when I got up here, 6 months ago when we approved this. This is not making our police department politically correct or incorrect. You're going to continue to police the way we've been policing. So thank you for summarizing that.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Council, please vote. Motion does carry 6-1 to accept the funding. I would just like to add as well that regardless of the way the vote went, whether you supported that or not, that I do have the utmost confidence in our police chief, our police leadership, that when they say they are going to do something, they will do it. So when Chief Page says he's going to police that way, that's the way we're going to police. That moves us on to ordinance on second reading, item 12.1, ordinance 2190. Mr. Burns.
Ordinance 2190, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending Code of Ordinances, Section 11.04.03, titled Hearings, provide for severability and provide for effective date. This is second reading.
We'll wait until everyone is able to clear out. If you do want to carry on the conversation, please step outside so we can carry on with our meeting. Thank you everyone else for your patience. Chief Page.
Steve Marlowe is going to present he's back. But I can present on this item. It's a second reading. There was no changes since the first reading, so unless there's any questions from the council.
Any questions on this for Chief Page or Major Marlowe? Councilman Walker.
Reading it here again. So we're taking what was previously a city law enforcement and legal through the magistrate, and we're turning that entire process. I mean, our officers will continue to write the tickets.
Yes.
But instead of the city operation taking it from there and prosecuting and fining and collecting, we're sending it to the county to do that.
The administrative portion of it is being sent to the county. The enforcement side still stays with the police department.
And the judicial side of it, I mean, law administrative, yes, but the judicial side of it, we're taking it away from the magistrate, sending it to the county legal judge.
Yes, it's going to county court.
It's not a county judge, it's a state court judge.
Oh, it's a state, okay.
Yeah. So the county does the same thing. It goes to the state court system, through the clerk of court, they handle it. And the clerk of court handles the processing of it, but any appeals would go to the county court judge, whose county only name their state court judges.
Gotcha. And we're doing this primarily to save taxpayers' money, time, resources of your department.
It builds some efficiencies into it, and as we talked about at the first reading, there is some confusion in the process because the only ticket that is paid locally is a parking ticket. Traffic tickets are paid at the county clerk's office.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else questions? Would anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Council, do you wish to take any action?
Mayor, so moved. Staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Schmidt and seconded by Councilman Walker to approve ordinance 2190 on second reading. Any additional comments?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Council, please vote. And that does pass unanimously, which brings us to item 12.2, ordinance 2193. Mr. Burns?
Ordinance 2193, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the City of Fort Walton Beach Municipal Firefighters Pension Trust Fund, amending Section 2.06.03A definitions, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. And I believe Chief is here to present.
Chief Shipman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yeah, this is the second reading of the 2.6.03 of the Firefighters Pension Trust. It's an ordinance, let's see, where am I at? The staff recommends council adoption of number 2193 to amend section 2.06.03, subsection 8 of the Code of Ordinance for the City of Fort Walton Beach Firefighters Pension Trust Fund to update the definition of salary.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Chief Shipman on this? Seeing none, would anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
It's pretty basic.
Council, do you wish to make a motion?
Let's do it. So move staff's recommendation.
Second. We have a motion made by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Jeter to approve ordinance 2193 on second reading. Any additional comments? Yes, sir. Councilman Walker.
And maybe it's in here, maybe I missed it, maybe it doesn't matter, but the proposed ordinance amend section 2.06 Code of Ordinance by adding language to the definition of salary to clearly define the amount of unscheduled overtime. Is that in here? Do we see what the change looks like?
Not on this particular sheet here, but the ordinance change.
It is in there.
Where does it come on? The letter of no impact?
Oh, and yours.
Or the ordinance itself?
The ordinance itself.
Great, thank you.
It'll be underlined, everything is underlined.
So it'll be on page.
I see it. Yep, for service earned. Thank you.
Council, please vote. And it does pass unanimously. Thank you, Chief, for being here. Brings us to item 13.1, the LPA and its appointments, Ms. Barnes.
Thank you, Mayor. When we're filling vacancies for regular members of the local planning agency, the city's past practice has been that we first offer the position to the most senior alternate member should they wish to serve in the regular role. And they typically do because they've put forth enough efforts to be at the meetings even though they aren't serving. They're there if they're needed. So at the last city council meeting on September 23rd, I inadvertently presented Mr. Thomas Cannon's application for appointment to a regular member position, and it should have been presented for appointment as an alternate member because we did have an alternate member that once I called her, she did want to serve in the regular position. She was happy to do it. Mr. Cannon had been serving, so he thought that he was just going to be, he'd served before, so he thought he would be appointed as the alternate member. So it's all good. Mr. Cannon's happy doing the alternate, and Ms. Wilson would like to serve in the regular position. So with that, staff respectfully recommend City Council approval of Ms. Janet Wilson as a regular member of the local planning agency for a 4-year term to expire September 30th, 2029, and to reclassify Mr. Thomas Cannon's appointment as an alternate member with no term expiration.
Council, can we get a motion to remedy this egregious mistake? Who made the motion? Or, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Motion made by Mr. Berry, seconded by Councilman Schmidt to appoint Ms. Janet Wilson to fill the regular member position of the local planning agency and reclassify Mr. Thomas Cannon's appointment as an alternate member. Any additional comments?
Thanks for keeping us between the lines, Lawrence.
Council, please vote. Does pass unanimously, which brings us to a 10-minute recess.
by 9 o'clock and all that. But I was in there the other, a couple weeks ago to bring the, I'll tell you.
Welcome back, everybody. Please take your seats as we reconvene this meeting of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, on this 14th day of October. And thank you so much for being here and staying with us tonight. We now move on to item 14. Item 14.1, a request for code enforcement fine reduction at 338 Lake Drive. Who's leading this one? Chief Beige.
This one I think is Mr. Davis. Oh, yeah. I'll also move if you want me to, but I think you have more information on it.
Yeah, I'll start it and you can take it home. So this was, I believe, the property that Mr. Councilman Walker helped address. Once Troy was able to contact the police up there, they made contact with the individual. How it happened, I don't know, but we were sending the certified letters to the wrong address, so he never received any of the violations. He is, I think, 80-ish, if not more. Has no friends or family down here, so he has verbally committed to hiring somebody off Angie's list, I think he said, to maintain the property in his stead. So we just felt it was the right thing to do. I have up to X amount of, somehow my computer shut down again, so I don't have the notes in front of me, but I have 10%, I want to say, so I brought it down to like 4,000-ish. And council has the authority to take it from there, but that was the recommendation, to at least work with this gentleman up to my standard, and if you wanted to take it above and beyond, we would support that as well.
Thank you, sir. Questions on this before we get to Councilman Walker? This is the property you were mowing the grass over there?
It got mowed. It got weed eated.
Gotcha. We got compliant.
It became compliant, yes.
Questions for Mr. Davis or anyone else on this?
We have confirmed that they weren't getting notices. He got updated with the notices. He got it in compliance, and he's committing to maintain it. That's the.
It's a verbal commitment, but yes is the answer to all of that.
Anybody initially did get it, so it's cleaned up now.
I believe Mr. Walker and et al. took care of it, but it's good to go right now.
Okay.
Yes, and I'd just like to add thank you to Lieutenant Williams and Jason and all the staff that's been involved with it. I mean, it does appear it was simple. I mean, it was confusing at the county, tax collector, property appraiser. There was a mix-up on addresses there, so Lieutenant Williams took the extraordinary steps of actually calling the police department up there and the suspected town that he was in, and they drove out to do a wellness check, knocked on the door. The guy came to the door and responded and said, hadn't been getting it, but we'll take care of it. So by that time it had been cleaned up. So I know that the lien was already filed through the magistrate, so we couldn't just pull it back. So you did what you could, and tonight it's here to, remove all of the fees, including the administrative fees. So, yeah.
Anyone else with a question? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, do you wish to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to move forward with staff's recommendation to remove all accrued fines and the administrative fees.
Second. Okay.
Motion made by Councilman Walker, and we'll give that tie to Councilwoman DeBerry.
Okay.
To waive all remaining fees for a total of $4,550, the $3,900 in fines and $650 in administrative fees. Councilman Walker, any additional comments?
Yeah, just because it comes up on the next one as well. I know, Jason, you and I spoke about it a little bit. You were going to check with Mr. Bauman, I believe. I didn't go look at the minutes from that magistrate hearing, but this next one references this next case that's coming up here. It references an issue back from 2016, an Order 1 and Order 2, and I know you mentioned that, but this one 338 Lake seemed to happen rapidly, to go from an unknown daily fine up to $500 a day. Do you know, were you able to find out from Mr. Bauman what caused that?
So the verbiage that I received was repeat offender, if you will. It was just constant.
Okay.
That being said, I don't know that he was receiving the notifications.
Right, yeah.
So that's why we felt this was best. So, I mean, Robin Gaze, take a step back between yourself, police, and this action. I mean, you can see the synergy there too. We're not here to beat people, right? We've identified an issue and we're trying to address it. That's kind of where it came about, but you did some extra homework and figured out we had 2 different addresses and so on and so forth. Maybe we should have caught it, maybe don't know. You look at 40 million addresses a day, sometimes you overlook stuff like that. So all around, but yeah, that was the feedback was habitual offender.
And that reminds me of one other, Mr. Burns. I know that a couple of months ago, it seems, there was discussion up here and I think even procedural changes either adopted or in preparation regarding personal service by a process server. Is that in place? Did it become effective? Is that going forward?
Right now, that's for any request to actually proceed to the foreclosure step.
I see.
Because that basically is similar, because Order 1 and Order 2, those are just terms that the code staff came up with for the first 2 orders that the magistrate enters. There's actually a 3rd order he has to enter that we call it Order 3 that takes it, authorizes it foreclosure.
Okay.
And you've received maybe 1 or 2 of those, maybe not one since y'all been the council, but if there was a foreclosure request, actually y'all have received 1, it was back in 23, but and then y'all actually denied the request and I think ultimately released the lien on the folks as well. But so before it even gets to the Order 3 stage, that's when the process server starts. Okay. The reason code staff at the time did not want it to be for the Order 2s is there are typically, and Troy's not here and I'll give the number, but I'd say they probably have in a given year upwards of 40 maybe Order 2s they get in. And they just did not think it would be, first off, that would be fairly expensive. That would be probably 40 times $100. That'd be $4,000 in process server fees. But a lot of times, issues will crop up, like they'll find out, because the code staff does look into things, they'll find out, oh, the person didn't move, or the person will show up. And or they'll show up and then ask for an extension, and then another Order 2 hearing happens. And so they asked for it to be before the Order 3s, not the Order 2. So code staff did comply with the process server ordinance that's currently in place.
I got you. But that was just for the pre-foreclosure or the authorization for foreclosure. Okay, very good.
Which would then still have to go to y'all too. And that's okay, and then it goes to you.
Yeah. And just for what it's worth, on the next one we'll look at, because I look for order, I guess you could call it, the next one that's coming up is very extensive, going back to 16 by date by date by date. I don't see any of that on here, don't need it at this time. Ms. Barnes, I might ask you to, if we can, I still want to figure out how did we get to $500 a day on this one. And the one I think that I see next, or the one that's coming up next, I've scrolled down through it, I don't think it ever made it to $500, but it's been going on since 16. And I don't think 338 has been, although I don't know it, I don't think it's been as nearly as long of a term. Maybe a year, maybe 2 or something, but okay, yeah.
So just in generalities, and these 2 cases kind of go together, and you're asking about the difference of the $500 fine and the $100 fine, is that at the time of the special magistrate, whatever the special magistrate sets for that case, that fine continues to run until that case is closed. So for the next case where you see the $100 fine, even though that fine has been open since 2016, that was the fine set at that time in 2016, and that $100 runs until that case is closed out. On the case we're currently discussing, as Mr. Davis talked about, there was a repeat violation. And with a repeat violation, if you have a case open, then it closes, and then you come back for a new violation that's considered a repeat violation, and the special magistrate has discretion then whether he sets that fine at $100, $250, $500, and that fine then runs for the duration of that case. So even though the one from 2016 may be older, that was a fine that was set at that point in time and continues to run until that case is closed. And that's why you may see different fine amounts for different cases.
And I can also add too, because the special magistrate is actually considering evidence for him. If someone doesn't show up at the hearing to defend themselves, he goes with the staff recommendation. The staff recommends a certain amount. And so if they recommended 500, he will enter 500 because that's the testimony he's receiving. The magistrates do typically provide some relief on that number if someone actually shows up.
Yeah.
A lot of times they'll continue and give people months and months and months to fix up the properties.
Okay, Greg. Yeah, I'm happy this one's here, and it looks like the next one's going that way as well. Yeah. Thank you.
We got a motion and it's Mr. Berry.
Oh, I have a question.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. I'm concerned, we had another case like this a couple of years ago, where the mail was not being forwarded to the wrong, there was no one there. It was near Carson Drive, I think it was.
So we're required to send notice to the address of record. The address of record is the address that the tax collector and the property appraiser has. So if you don't update the address of record where your tax bill is going, we are still required by state statute to send that mailer to the wrong address in essence. We have to send a certified letter by state statute to the record of address. If we become aware of another address, like we did in this case by Troy contacting the police department and everything else, then we can send a secondary letter to the new address when we become aware of a new address. In addition, every code violation is posted at the property. So if you're at the property, if you know somebody that goes by the property, they will see the notice physically posted at the property, and by state statute, we're required to send a certified letter to the record of address, even if the record of address may not be the proper address. If we become aware of a third address through investigations, then we will send a third, fourth, fifth letter out as we become aware of them.
Also, just for good faith, I forgot this individual's name, but he offered to pay the reduced fee, and we said wait till we have council meeting too. So he's at least amenable to good faith in that direction as well. So.
Councilman Jeter, comments?
Back to the motion here, now we got sidetracked. So the motion is to reduce this to 0.
Well, it was to go with staff's recommendation.
And the property is now in compliance. I'll go back to Chief Page. Yes. Thank you, Councilman Walker, for doing everything that you did to help get the property in compliance. Thank you, and Williams to...
Sorry, technically the motion needs to be, I'm sorry to interrupt, it needs to actually say the lien needs to be released also as well. Just, if you don't mind adding.
Then yes, I'd modify it to accept the staff recommendation and to remove the lien.
I apologize.
You're good. Second, or you saying second? Just want to say thank you. The whole purpose of code is to get properties into compliance. We have a property in compliance. We're not trying to profit off of the lien. It's to get the property in compliance. So I'll definitely be supporting the motion.
Council, please vote. Does pass unanimously, which brings us to item 14.2, request for code enforcement fine reduction at 69 Warrior Drive.
I have this one.
Chief Page.
So on this one, as we alluded to in the previous one, this case goes back to 2016. So there was an Order 1. Order 1, just for clarity for everybody, is a finding of a violation of city code. So an Order 1 just means that there is a violation of city code. So there was an Order 1 that was issued for unlicensed or non-operable items, grass height, and litter at the property. In March of 2016, it came back in front of the special magistrate because the property was still not in compliance, and a fine of $100 a day was amassed on the property. That fine has run continuously. In addition, if the council may recall, this property was brought in front of the city council for authorization to expend city funds in the amount of $4,600 to bring the property in compliance. The city had brought the property in compliance. The property has, I believe, has also sold. If you check the property appraiser's record in the back of this, the new agent had contacted the city and wanted to structure an agreement. The current outstanding liens, fines on the property is $333,200 with administrative costs of $650 plus the $4,600 the city had put into it for a total cost of $338,450. The property agent had come forth and wanted to reduce that down to $25,500 $12.20. If you read our ordinance, for a fine amount greater of $40,000 is to be reduced by 20%. So when you take that calculation into account, the reduced fine amount should be $28,076.20. And how you get to that is the fine reduction to $22,826.20, which is the 20% amount. Our hard admin cost is $650, plus the $4,600 that we had previously invested in the property to bring it into compliance. When you add that up together, you get the $28,076.20. And that would be our recommendation of staff to mitigate the fine down to that amount.
Thank you, Chief. Questions from the board for Chief Bish?
I think,
Councilman Walker.
I was looking for it here. I was just looking for, to help me, I know we've got, and your team has been working on, improving knowledge, education of the homeowner when they receive a fine, what their options are and whatnot. So my question is, I was going to see if I see it here. I see several times in its history, it would be reinspect, fail, reinspect, fail, reinspect, pass, and then no violations found. So just pausing in time for a minute there, 2017, 18, 19, whatever it was, you had your grass is too tall, and litter. And then Ed, the department shows up and they say, there's no violation here. That doesn't end the daily fine, does it?
If they found the property to be in compliance,
right,
and you'd have to see what it was in compliance for, I'd have to go through the history on here.
Sure.
There could be other code cases which were open and closed during that time. So you'd have to make sure that it is the reference code cases in here that were open and closed.
And that's really what I was scrolling down to. Invalid complaint is in 15 invalid. What does an invalid complaint mean?
You would have to go back in 2015, so I don't know what, I wasn't here in 2015, so I cannot comment what a invalid complaint in 2015 would be.
New invalid complaint.
I can tell you the property was not in compliance, and that's why the city council opted to spend $4,600 to bring the property into compliance.
Do you think that's should have said invalid compliance, because it says invalid complaint?
So if you're looking at the
2015 through 17, that whole first page.
Yes, inspection, new invalid complaint not assigned. So in that call history, you'd have to find somebody that was here in 2015 and ask them what was invalid at that time when they went out there. Whether it was nothing out there, whether it was a clerical, how they entered it. But there was something back on that date that they decided to enter it as not valid.
Right, and then the first appearance of no violation.
The other thing you got to be careful with something from 2015 is that there's been data migration since 2015. There's been various code enforcement systems. So you probably have to go get the hard records to determine if the summary printout is actually how it was mapped between the different systems.
Mm-hmm. So those are work order IDs. That's not the case number. Is that correct?
So which column are you looking at?
I'm just looking, I guess, on page 494 of the packet, but it's project inspection history. It's titled up top, right after the applicant's application for relief, request for relief, but.
So I would go to the second page of all that where there's actually comments in there that talks about that it failed, case sent for the special magistrate, and it has the list of the hearings, it has a list when the order was given. Mm-hmm. If you go to the second page of the history, it's much more detailed.
Sure.
In the complaints.
Yeah, and that's, in one previous meeting, maybe a couple of them, Mr. Rhodes or someone was here from the code enforcement, and they provided us, if memory serves me right, was, pictures and copies of envelopes and certified mails, and that's where I kind of started inquiring about proper service. I don't, as we saw in the previous case, sometimes, I think there was one case where the sister was there or a tenant was there, the owner wasn't being notified, whoever was there. And so there came a question of, was the homeowner notified? And it's like, well, you gave it to his tenant, and it's like, well, that homeowner doesn't know.
So I believe that case was the one Mr. Burns talked about, which led to the Order 3 for the additional service. It was a foreclosure case And that's why they brought the proofs of certified letters and the other instrumentation that was used to notify the people.
Sure, and then so I'm just up here looking at a judging body, because we're about to judge here, and I don't know if this person's been served, ever. There's
You could
no,
always vote
unless
against the fine reduction.
I'm sorry?
You could vote against the fine reduction if you don't think it's properly displayed.
Yeah, right, but and that's not my point, really. I mean, I may vote for it. I mean, I was surprised that the
owners applied for, the current owners applied for a reduction here. They're asking for this.
Right, they've been notified at some point there's a fine upon their house, and I was looking, I know that agent in particular. We've not spoken about any of this, but I was like, wonder why they didn't ask for hall waiving if they hadn't been served or anything. So, yeah, just wanting to really make sure that all homeowners who are receiving, it's $332,000. It just blows my mind that a person of healthy mind would allow a $332,000 fine to add up if they knew about it.
So the previous occupant in this was also had several criminal cases with the police department. This is a property that the city had to go and clean up because they were not willing to clean up the property for themselves. I can't comment on the new sale of the property or the new owners of the property, but Mr. Burns can contact about how the liens transfer from owner to owner.
So the property has transferred?
It appears it was transferred to a daughter, that's what it looks like.
Okay, because I was looking at the application. Wendy Thomas is the agent, and Mr. and Miss Fagan, I vaguely remember. Is that house in a curve, do you know, at 69 Lord?
I believe it is.
I drove by it and saw it back then, and I'm just like, I did see a sale. I didn't know it had closed, but it just blows my mind, $333,000. And so it's been transferred to the daughter? Is that what you believe, not a sale?
Yeah, it was a quick claim deed to
Quick claim deed.
daughter.
Okay. Maybe it's not the same one then. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure homeowners are notified by certified mail that they got it and or personal service delivery. And it just bothers me when it's posted on a door and we don't know who's living there. That's all. So thank you, sir.
Anyone else with questions on this item for Chief Page? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Council, do you wish to make a motion?
Mayor, so moved to accept staff's recommendation to reduce the fines and release the liens.
Second. The motion made by Councilman Merrill, seconded by Councilman Browning to release the lien for the property at 69 Laurie Drive Northeast within 10 days of the agent paying the recommended mitigation amount of $22,826.20, along with administrative fees of $650 as outlined in section 1.05.08 of the Code of Ordinances, as well as reimbursement of the cost of $4,600 for the nuisance abatement conducted by the city for a total payment of $28,076.20. Any additional comments? Council, please vote. It does pass unanimously. Sorry for the long reading there, but I figured Mr. Burns wanted me to read that.
No, that's good, because one day, we'll all be dead and someone will read those minutes and what will happen, so.
What? We're dying.
It's very morbid, but it is true. What was in those cookies? That brings us to item 13. I'm sorry, we're not going backwards. Item 14.3, the Paul's contract for October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. Mr. Davis.
Yes, Tracy from Paws had to fly out for emergency, so she could not make it tonight. She did plan on attending tonight, but had to take an emergency flight. Anyway, we've worked through the numbers. We have a one-year contract in place. Mr. Burns and Ms. Kopp, I believe, have both read it. Their legal team has approved it. So basically it takes us from our previous contract of $550 per capita based on 22,000 residents, and it just brings us up to $6 per capita, and they were amenable to that. I believe the county was at $650. Does that sound right? So that's where we kind of did our math based on that, and everybody was good with it, so outside of any question, I mean, if there's another game in town, I can't find it, I tried every avenue I could. So this at least gets us a working contract.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Davis? Councilman Schmidt.
So the county's cost is $650 per capita.
Correct.
Do our county ad valorem, like, does that qualify us as just getting services with the county?
No.
No? Dang it.
I asked, I believe Mr. Walker had asked me to look into that. And the way it was phrased to me is they do not charge enough to do all of the county. They do the way they build out their millage accounts for their population. So
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
I probably butchered that, but that was the intent of it.
Makes sense. Just the unincorporated areas is their cost.
It's fair. Councilman Walker.
Thank you. Yeah, a citizen reached out to me and generally was pleased, and I think you've been in touch with her as well. Just wanted to check with you on a potential change, because I didn't know how it worked previously, but if on a previous contract, if a homeowner saw an animal that was of concern, they would contact the police department. The police department would advise them to contact Paws, or would the police reach out to Paws, dispatch to Paws? There was a question of dispatch.
I've seen it done both ways, but I'll defer.
Yeah, I don't know how it was done previously.
So it can be done either way. Generally, if you call the police department with a concern, we'll take care of it and we make the secondary phone call for you. But nothing stops somebody from calling Paws direct. Part of the new Paws contract is we're going to do a little bit more. We've had this discussion with council before about the investigative side, the enforcement side with the ordinances, dogs off leash. In the county, they call Paws out for the dog off the leash, and sometimes they don't get there in a timely enough manner. We've taken on some of that, and that's, I think, why we got that 50-cent reduction versus the county.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess my only concern, and I've had this conversation with her, is I have no way to QA/QC their bills. So we're going to look into that going forward. I just don't know how we would get there. But I've never had one call, and we get, I don't know what the records show, but it's substantial. So the residents are calling direct.
Sure.
And I have no way to QA/QC it.
Right, so the QA of the invoices was one of her concerns, and then I know that at the county level, she was concerned about the care and incineration, I believe, documentation. That's and apparently the records weren't being made available. I don't know that they weren't there, but according to her and what communications I've seen with her in the county, just the record keeping wasn't up to her standards.
Don't know what they have worked out with the county, but I did share my concern that I don't know how to.
Gotcha.
It's basically trust right now.
Gotcha. Okay.
And just to clarify, they do submit reports to us?
Yeah.
But
They could go for 20 or 24,000. I have no idea.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's hard to keep up with, no doubt. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else with questions on this? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Council, do you wish to make a motion?
So move staff recommendation.
Second. A motion made by Councilman Browning and seconded by Councilman Jeter to accept and approve the contract with the Panhandle Animal Welfare Society Incorporated, otherwise known as PAWS, for animal control services in the city of Fort Walton Beach. Any additional comments? Council, please vote. Y'all love the contract unanimously. That moves us to item 14.4, award of ITB 25-011 Recreation Complex Expansion. Mr. Payne.
Mayor and Council, 9 p.m. biggest item of the night. I'll do my best to go through it in detail, but also, on the thorough and quick side of things. Before you tonight, award of ITB 25011. It's a rec complex expansion. Just for those of you who don't know, so the existing site at 203 Hollywood was the old Public Works and Field Office Complex site. We built a new facility, vacated off there, partly because that area is a brownfield. There is some trash or debris situation underneath it, enough to where we didn't want to rebuild our complex over there, and we moved over to the old jet. During that time frame, after we moved out and built our facility, we did put the property up for as part of our surplus deal. We had gotten 2 proposals. It was a big charge deal, and the city council direction at the time is for us to reject the 2 proposals, and then staff move forward with developing an expansion to the existing rec complex that we have to the north of it. We did do some additional work, the demo, we did some environmental work, piggyback with some more environmental work to come back just to make sure what we were doing would be good and cleared and allowed. We did that. We brought forward in 2021 a ITB similar to what we did after council direction, and we came back and wound up rejecting all bid. We wound up awarding a bid. We had a protest. We rejected them afterwards due to a discrepancy and some things like that. The direction after that was to, hey, clean the things up. We reduced some of the scope on that end. We did have, in the previous bid, we had covered pickleball courts. We had an additional 2-story concession building. We eliminated those from this time around. We went back with the scope a little, down to bare bones, and then kind of went up and eliminated some of the things that we had. So we put this out in June of this year. The proposed scope was almost a 2,000 square foot ops building, replacing the ops building that the parks staff has over there. A restroom, multi-purpose fields, 5 pickleball courts, not the big covered thing that we had previously. And then, of course, the parking, which would fix some of the parking issues that we have on off the jet area in the Northwest District that we have during tournaments and things like that. So more of like a consolidated parking deal on there. We had a mandatory pre-bid and started that bid process going through. We've issued 3 addendums, hundreds of questions, 100 questions, lots of staff time. And on August 28, we received 8 bids, 8 sealed base bid packages, and that was purchasing staff, Nicole's purchasing staff and ours. They sorted through, and in addition to those base bids, we also wanted some specific prices for disposal in case we run into any class 3 hazardous waste material. It's just trash and stuff that we've experienced before. We don't know exactly limits of anything, but we wanted to have pricing in there just because we didn't want to negotiate that. When you found it, we'd rather have a unit price up front. And then also an allowance for that, as well as we wanted. We did have an alternate bid item included in there instead of a gravel road base as a crushed concrete, just to try to look at some costs and things as well in there. After review of all those bids, we found that Gum Creek Farms, Inc. of Defuniak Springs, Florida, was the lowest responsive bidder on that end. In addition, we wanted to carry, to what they provided to build the facility, we wanted to carry an allowance of $100K just for material disposal, just in case. It's just, I think it was a responsible thing to do, almost as a contingency. And also in a $40,000 item for desk, furniture, stuff that you would need inside the park's ops building, as well as some of the things that weren't included, basketball nets, goals, things like that. So after going through the bids, you'll see it before. I think it's a little bit over $7 million. It's a lot of money. I don't think anybody here will say otherwise. We, in conjunction with Finance Department, look to see, okay, where is this coming from? How much is it? And what is it? Package options on that end. Nicole can expand a little bit on it, but basically what we found is, through financing, whether it's, loan, rate, bond, is, anywhere from $700 to $750
Up to a quarter or $750,000.
on a note.
Annually.
On a note for
I think it was for 30.
20 or 30. 20, was it 20 or 30? I thought it was 20.
Maybe it was a 20. Sorry, but yeah, it was 20.
So, also, we have a TDC component. We have some other components that go with it. There has been some talks in there, I think, with staff. As it stands here, the recommendation, I'm doing the ward on the construction side. The in-depth talk about the finance side, because that's what I was tasked to do, to bring it back. As far as the financial options and things like that, we can go through their questions, but the award is to give City Council authorization to award the invitation to bid 25001, a rec complex expansion to the lowest responsive bidder, Gum Creek Farms, Inc. of Dufeniac Springs, in the amount of $7,059,312.75, including alternates and additional allowance for Class 3 material. There's another separate motion on there, and that is, if it is approved, staff also requests City Council authorization for the city manager to approve project change orders up to 10% of the bid amount, and then also authorization to pursue financing options regarding this project with PFM Financial Advisors on that side. With that being said, I'm here to answer questions. We have Nicole on the finance side, and we also have representatives from Gum Creek Farms who made the trip tonight to answer any questions. So having said that, I know it's late, but I'll do my best to handle everybody's questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions on this for Mr. Daniel Payne, Mr. Schmidt?
More on the finance side, roughly how long would it take, if this does pass tonight, to bring back to the board on squaring up with TDC, or squaring up with our finance guy?
So I spoke to the TDC today. Jason and I spoke with Charlotte. What we found out with the TDC, that technically, yes, they are willing to help fund the future debt payments for us. However, they will not fund 100% of them. We have to turn in documentation that shows how much, what percentage allocation tourists actually use our fields and all of the stuff. And their legal team will tell us what allocation of percentage that they'll pay. So they won't spend that 100%. So the city will have to make up. Let's just say it was, okay, they can give us $400,000 a year for the next 20 years or whatever. We're gonna have to still come up with that money.
It sounds like it's already down the road a little bit, and I guess what I was trying to back into was it's not like there'll be a lot of time in between if it does pass tonight and bringing back the finance options.
No, the turnaround should not be.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions on this from Mr. Merritt?
I was trying to keep up with you, Daniel.
Sorry.
No, you just mentioned what that was going to bring, and I got the 2,000 square foot ops building, I got the 5 pickleball courts, I got the expanded parking. Do you mind? It's probably in my thing, but I was just listening to you. I think I missed one or two things.
So the scope was, yes, the roughly 2,000 square foot recreation ops building. There's an existing ops building there that's on the property that you would see. A restroom building, which was a prefab. You guys are familiar with those. Multi-purpose fields. They're not baseball fields. They're just rectangular multi-purpose. That was the need on that end. Soccer, all that.
How many more were they adding? Were we adding?
There is. I do believe that there is 4. Yes, there are a couple different sizes. There is pickleball courts, but there's just a 5 group of pickleball courts exposed. I think some of you remember the option with the lot that were covered, that the county was supposed to give us money, but it never worked out on that end. And then parking. which was the big deal, so we can try to fix some of the resident problems that we have on Jet and off of Jet and down that way.
And this was all kind of in motion before I got elected, and I don't like to come in and...
I would say it's been since 2021. We've had some direction on that end.
I like parks. I know that my kid moved up to U12, and the U12, there's one field there for U12, so I see a need for expansion and things, but $7 million, you mentioned it, everybody's going to talk about it being a lot of money. Is there, like, I just look at it and I don't know, so these are true, is there a reason we're replacing the 2,000 square foot building? I mean, is there some give and take here? Is there something like we could say, well, we have the building, there's pickleball courts right on Jet Drive, we need the fields, we definitely need the restroom building, I'm down there a lot. That's just, I kind of like, I don't know if that's something for the council, for the city manager. If we didn't have, or if we didn't want to commit to this much money, if we looked at the budget and said we don't want to get ourselves in trouble down the road, but we like the expansion, we like seeing some of these things, is there potential there?
Yeah, so just backing that up, so the ops building, believe it or not, was a part of the field office complex project. We at that point in time, we did the recreation ops building too. And we made the decision kind of to stop at the public works building, even though we had basically design documents and some materials for the rec building. The way it's laid out, is accommodating the rec building and the fields. I think the footprint would obviously change if you try to keep it, as well as the parking and the pickleball. There is field turf on these rectangular multi-purpose fields. The last time we bid it out, we had it as an alternate, but it was overwhelming with some of the parks staff and things like that. That's acres that you aren't mow. It is one-time cost versus operational cost versus irrigation. We try to weigh that on that side, and providing people what they want. That's what we went for. Is there an option to value engineer stuff on the back end? There always is. We always have to evaluate the bids apples to apples. What any of those costs are down the road, we wouldn't know until we were awarded and sat back down. But the bids are itemized pretty well. You can kind of see back into math. But that's where we ended up, where we are today.
Thank you.
Anyone else with questions on this?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Ryan.
I heard you mention Brownsville. So is any of the area that you mentioned, Brownsville, is it possible that you could probably get some fundings? Seeing that you mentioned that part of it was the Brownsville area?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And for what we found out is if we're the entity that browned it, no.
Oh, okay, got it.
If it was sold, probably so. And that's my interpretation of it. I don't think it's
so the city calls the.
Right.
I got it. Okay.
If it was if it was a transaction to another, if it was sold.
Right. Yeah. If a buyer came in and buy it, then they could take advantage of the Brownsville fundings.
From what I understand.
Seeing that they were the cause of the contamination. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Davis, thinking about it in the future, if we build this complex or this expansion, how are we going to maintain the fields? I mean, have you thought about that far with the 3% budget cap?
Yeah, I mean, I voiced my concern on the CRA park that we're going to build. We're adding parks, and I'm still new, still evaluating the staff, the efficiency, if we're, how efficient we are in that particular department. We have a new parks director, so Wendy and David have been looking at the org chart and diving through some things, but gut says we're going to have to add staff. I think I'm more concerned about what potentially may come down from Tallahassee if they're going to change what they're going to do with our sales tax or property tax or whatever that is. I mean, I have concerns in that regard, but so yes is the answer.
And so Are we having issues maintaining the fields that we currently have?
So, again, I'm going to parrot what I was told. I haven't done a deep dive myself, but for example, we got a request to mow something somewhere, Bay and whatever, a little park that we owned. And the feedback I got was, we haven't done it in 10 weeks because we're so busy taking care of the baseball fields for the baseball tournaments and the softball fields where they had all those kids here during the summer, right? So that to me, I don't know if that's, we don't have enough staff. I don't know if that's a efficiency issue. I mean, I wanted to look into buying some robots that will mow it. And one person can mow an entire thing instead of 5 people. We're just kind of handcuffed right now with that 3% cap, so I can't go that route, but it's on the back burner. But if that allows me to free up some staff, and it's like $13,000 for the robot, as opposed to so on and so forth. So, lots of things we're looking at.
Do you think, in your opinion, that property might be better used for developing a new city hall versus more fields that we can't take care of?
In my opinion, it's a convenient because it's in that what I would call that government corridor, right? We have the parks, we have the public works, fire, police, kind of all right there. So I would say it's convenient. In terms of maintenance, yeah.
Mr. Payne, you want to talk about that?
I would just say, so backing up, originally, the Public Works and Field Copla's office was there, and we did not feel like it was a good decision to build large vertical structures because of the soil conditions that we had through the soil borings. Fields, probably good, smaller structure, but we didn't want to stick the investment in there at that point in time. It wasn't just, it was based on soil evaluation and stuff like that.
Soil remediation can be $10 million sometime. I mean, I've done several that are.
Now, the site was surcharged for an extended period of time with a lot of dirt, too, but that's, now gone.
It was also based on the site of anyone that went onto that property and viewed that parking lot, of what the ground had, how the ground had changed since that building had been built.
Correct.
And the cracks in the side of that building all over the place. So a structure on that property seemed, without massive amounts of remediation, pretty feasible.
Could, yes.
Anyone else with questions? Councilman Walker?
Yeah, just thinking in light of, as Mr. Browning had mentioned, the 3% cap. Mr. Davis, you had mentioned concern with it. I know we just recently went through, staff went through that process, and one of the issues that apparently came was digging deep in reserves, is what I heard was a solution to the 3% cap that was applied this past budget season. And obviously we've got that budget cap is still in place until such time that it may ever be overturned. So, in light of those things, digging into reserves, not knowing the status of what might happen. Right now we're operating as if the 3% it's there and it's going to stay there, and adding more staff. And you bring up a good point, property tax, I don't know how. I was listening about the funding operations there that may happen, and TDC money. One of the things I've heard out of Tallahassee from the governor's office was that TDC money might be redirected. So, it's like, well, you've already committed to us over here on this to fund it $400,000 a year, if that's the number, or not. But, it just seems like a whole lot of moving parts and pieces. We apparently attacked our reserves, dug into them last year. So, I'm just feeling cool about this whole expansion. I don't know how many, do you know how many pickleball courts have been added to the Okaloosa County since we first began this in 21?
In Okaloosa County now.
How about the city?
The city, we built 17.
So the private sector is providing what we've got a good portion of on this is a portion of the
we built, right? Yeah, 17 the city is constructed. or converted.
Okay, so the city itself, not the private sector. I was asking about private sector. It seems like they're popping up all around the place wherever they can fit them, so it seems like the private sector is servicing that. And so I just, I love sports, and I'm so glad we've got it over there. I, of course, got a preference on private versus public kind of stuff operated, but that's neither here nor there. But just not feeling cool to committing to spending $7 million with the potential budget restraints of the sales tax and or TDC tax, and the 3% cap, which is in place. So, thank you.
Councilman Schmidt, question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if this may be for Wendy or Mr. Davis, but we had some TDC data or TDD data as far as just some of the impacts of the visitors that were coming to the park. We all know, and I know Mr. Berry really knows, the parking and just the amount of people that are coming. Do we have some ballpark, pun intended, just some numbers of the impact to our local economy from visitors and tourists that are coming to play at the current landscape of the field? Do we have some ball? I know you're nodding your head, and I hate to put you on the spot. If you don't have them, that's great. We can get it later on before. But if we have some, I'd like to have a conversation about that.
Excuse me, are you asking the number of people that are coming from out of town to
Yeah,
play?
we had some data, Mr. Berry, not too long ago that was presented to us maybe a year or so ago that was the amount of visitors.
So Perfect Game provides the number of kids that come from out of town and the hotel nights that are assigned to it. When I was a part of Perfect Game, I had to go to that partner hotel, and that's how they generated that TDC money. And is that what you're speaking to? Yeah. So whether we have it right now or not, but we can get it from Perfect Game, if that's what you're asking.
And that's exactly where I was going to, trying to set up, there's a motion made and advocating for the project, but the impacts to our local economy, I know we don't have UWF Haas report, but do we know what kind of revenue or income that can be through sales tax or through other things that this park, if expanded, what it can bring to our local economy is the form of a question.
Kind of tough to extrapolate because some of those fields are multi-purpose, and how many soccer fields? So no. I mean, it would be a rough estimate, rough order of magnitude, but.
Gotcha. All right, thanks.
Got it. Anyone else with questions? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none. Council, do you wish to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to award invitation to bid number 25-011 Recreation Complex Expansion to the lowest responsive bidder, Gum Creek Farms, Inc., of Phoenix Springs, Florida, in the amount of $7,059,312.75, including alternates and additional allowance for Class 3 waste disposal.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Schmidt to award this bid to Gum Creek Farms Incorporated of Puniac Springs in the amount of $7,059,312.75. Additional comments?
I stated it all for you that time, that way you didn't have to reread it.
Well, I just wanted to get the number.
I've sat up here for 3 years, and we've talked about this complex. Even 3 or 4 years prior to me sitting up here, we talked about what this property was going to be. And Mr. Browning got a good point. We do need a city hall, but I know through many years of research, we found out that this couldn't really put a city hall here due to the soil. When this was awarded, before it was reversed last year, I heard nothing but great positive things from the community. I've been at this park 2 or 3 times in the last couple of weeks, and people talking about parking, more fields, this and that. So it is a need. We don't have the data, but we know this brings in a lot of out-of-town revenue. I can tell you personally from short-term rentals, there are people that come stay in Fort Walton Beach because of the sports complex and enjoy our community and bring money and spend money. So it's well needed. It's well past the time that we should have already had it built, but that's nothing to you. And I know that Nicole will work up some excellent options for funding going forward. And we can all sit here and say, and I'm with you, Councilman Walker, may not have TDC funds, may not have sales tax, may not have property tax, may not, but I don't think we can sit around and wait for the sky to fall. I think we should try to do things and make progress and go forward, and we'll cross certain bridges when we get there. But if we have a chance to do something great in our community, I think we do it, not worrying about the sky falling 5 or 10 years from now. So thank you, Daniel, for bringing this back so many times and redrawing it so many times, but I'm ready to see it get built.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak on this?
Yeah, I know we've gotten a lot of different input from the cost of artificial turf to, you know, the overall dollar cost and some respectful pushback on this, but I'm fully supporting this because of some of the things that Councilman Jeter was mentioning. I really do believe the sports tourism is a big business. And what I mean by big business is folks are traveling to the city of Fort Walton Beach because of this recreation complex that never would have made it to the different short-term rentals that he was speaking about, or other hotels or other environments. And seeing some of that feedback from people that are no longer wanting to drive from 30A or from Sandestin to Fort Walton Beach, but wanting to stay in this area and spend their money in here. And those are the, I mean, we're going to have tourism here whether we like it or not, but what kind of tourist is the question. These, regardless of what race, what religion, what background, I want people in our community that are going to travel with their family. I don't care if they're playing badminton or baseball, but spending money in our restaurants, spending money in our city, spending money in our community, and hopefully attracting talent, not just baseball talent, but hopefully they come back here and want to move here or want to start their business here and recruit their parents or grandparents to come move closer with the grandkids. So it's bigger than just the artificial grass and the cost. I'm fully supporting this for those reasons.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Nicole, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Mr. Burns a question. If this does get awarded tonight, and I go back and I talk to PFM, and we look at all of the funding options and we can't afford it, what happens? Because right now, the general fund, we don't have the funds to fund it, and it's based on TDC and a bunch of other different scenarios that I'm gonna have to run. So if we award it, and then we come back and we figure we can't afford it, what happens?
If you award it, it's been awarded at that point in time. We'd have to get in a very uncomfortable conversation with the winning bidder at that point in time to try to pull out the contract. At that point in time, it'd be a breach at that point. So.
A BOC.
And that's if the city can't pay. If the city's saying they don't want to pay, you know, it's, so I think also a point you brought up earlier too, Nicole, though, you pointed out that if TDC, if it doesn't get funded through TDC funds and they decide that dries up, like Mr. Walker had suggested, the governor's been suggesting, then the city would still be on the hook for this.
For general fund revenue,
right.
Yes.
All right.
It's just a bit concerning.
Sure, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on the motion? Walker, then Merrill.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that, you know, hearing that, thank you, Nicole, hearing that, and then from, you know, me not having asked the question, can we afford it? Nobody asked the finance, can we afford it? What happens if we can't afford it? Nicole asked it, I didn't ask it, we didn't ask it, and here we are putting, I mean, we know the 3%. I was looking at it from a 3% cap issue coming up, looked at the TDC money drying up, and I don't own any short-term rentals. I won't benefit from people coming here in short-term. I don't own any hotels. I don't own a restaurant. I know that people do, but it's just concerning that we might go forward with something we can't. I mean, Mr. Schmidt, you brought it up on those financing, and I thought, okay, what was going to happen here was we would go out to Nicole, we would ask her to go out, not put the cart before the horse, go out to Nicole, ask her to get those financing options, bring it back to us, and then let us look at it, see if we can afford it. Because how much reserves did we, how much of the reserves in millions of dollars did we spend in this budget due to constraints of the 3% limit? How many million?
It wasn't due to the constraints. It was just due to balancing the budget. We pulled $5.1 million out of the general fund.
$5 million.
Can I suggest an alternative that would not be a breach? Y'all could continue this, because it does not have to be awarded today. Y'all could continue this discussion to maybe the November council meeting, or however long Nicole and Jason need to meet with the TDC and not TDC, the PFM consultants, so they can come back and give you an actual better picture on what appears to be at least one big question that you don't do that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
We've got a motion. We got a second.
We're in discussion? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're in discussion.
Unless someone wants to amend the motion. Councilman Merrill wanted to speak.
Yeah, I was just gonna, I'm kind of in the same boat. I can't support this. I don't not support it. I want to see it, but like any business, it has to be a good business decision. I think we need to look and say, it feels like we're saying right now, there with no guarantee from the TDC, we can't go forth and say we can 100% afford this. Is that fair?
It was, yeah, Charlotte said tentatively yes. She said yes, but it has not been approved by commission, nor has a percent allocation been approved. But it seems that we will be able to get TDC funding to help fund future debt payments.
That's some good information right there. Thank you.
But we need to know that it's going to be covered. And I'm with you, we don't have to live in a world that the sky is falling, but we do have these things that we know are right in front of us, and just so much money. I don't know, I can't still go for supporting this in the current state. If there's an amendment, if there's further discussion, if we can go and find or get the TDC to commit to something, or if there's grant funding that we can find. But for the city to go and for us to come and say, we're going to put the city on the hook for this, it's a great project. I want to see it, but we have to do it.
So just a couple things back in mind. So Gum Creek will mention they will hold their pricing within 30 days on that end. All right. So that's good, because we're already, I think they came in on the 28th. The next thing is behind this, we have another park getting ready to go out, Liza Jackson, which the county had committed some funds to.
1 million.
On that end. I think at the time we did the preliminary PFM deal, we talked about rolling those together. But just so that's in everyone's mind too. I know a lot of times we make a decision on what's in front, but that's all, that's there as well. And I think it's relative to mention that one too.
Because that's about what, 2 million on our side?
Probably, yeah.
And it's not funded in the current budget?
Correct, yeah.
All right, anyone else with comments on the current motion? I mean, we can have a vote, and then if it does not pass, someone else can make a separate motion.
Sure, that
you'd like. So everyone's had a chance to speak. Council vote. The motion does fail 2-5.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion.
All right.
I would like to have a further discussion with staff, with the TDC, and find out if there's some way that we can get some sort of commitment and revisit this issue in a way that it's budgeted, that we know that we would be able to afford it, or we'd feel more comfortable being able to afford it moving forward.
I don't know that they can commit to anything based on that conversation we had today. They said probably.
Well, Charlotte said she could email me the application, and then I'd have to get probably Recreation involved to be able to get their numbers on what they're projecting the tourism.
Parts there, so.
I mean, I don't want to kill it. I would like to see it, but now if there's a way forward for us to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we can do it. It's just not going to be tomorrow. It'll take a little bit for them to get their information.
There's going to be some time, and my concern is that we're going to circle back in a month, and they're not going to be able to commit to something. That's the way I left that conversation today.
Yeah, so Charlotte will have to meet with Craig Coffey. I'm not sure. They meet maybe once a month or something like that. And then if they decide to move forward, then they bring it to commission. So it wouldn't be technically approved by commission, probably for 2 months, maybe, something like that. But I can confirm that with Charlotte. I'm not 100% sure on their timeline. I don't know, Mr. TDC up there, maybe he can help.
Good, Mr. TDC. Oh, I'm sorry.
TDC aside, when you
if you meet with PFM Financial Advisors, you may have 3 or 4 other options of doing this. The debt is getting ready to fall off from the current building that we just built. Well, not just built, but 20 years ago. So it's
The rec center you're talking about?
current rec center debt service coverage.
Yeah, it falls off in 2028 with a $3 million balloon payment that we don't have the money for in the general fund right now.
What about the library and the police and fire stations? Didn't those just come off?
They have not come off yet. The only thing that's coming off this year is the irrigation, which is like $200,000, I think, in the general fund. That's off the top of my head.
And the $4 million from the fairgrounds.
Has been eaten up by the balance in the budget.
5.1 overage. Because we just awarded this project a year ago. We felt comfortable doing it then, just not now because of the dip in reserves that we just had to do.
That's the only thing that worries me.
But TDC alone aside, you're not going to find that in 30 days. But if item 4.3, that motion were to pass separate from this, and you to meet with PFM Financial.
Yeah, I can meet with him and get different options.
It doesn't need to fall solely on TDC.
Right.
This needs to fall solely on you and PFM Financial Advisors to give us 5 different options to build this complex.
Yes, I mean, I can give you different options, but it's the funding that's the issue.
Mr. Mayor, was there a motion that was made?
I was just about to say, sir.
Because I'm like, what are we talking about?
I don't want to get too far off track here, so let's go back to Mr. Merrill.
And I can amend it, so whether it's through the TDC or any other way, if we can find a way that can be brought to us that says, hey, this, we feel more comfortable going forward with this in the budget.
So whether it's TDC or something else,
Or any,
that I can.
We can.
Private donor.
What you're doing is looking for finance and city staff to bring you back options to pay for this project at the next city council meeting?
At the next meeting, because if their bid's going to be good for 30 days, we only have 1 meeting in November.
How much
so at the next meeting.
time would you need? Would it,
I can contact Jeremy in the morning.
so would the next city council meeting suffice?
Can you amend your motion to be, you're continuing the consideration of awarding the bid until we get that information?
Until we get some additional financial options.
At the next meeting.
At the next meeting.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Merrill, second by Councilman G. Any further discussion on this motion? Councilman
I'm going to use an opportunity just to ask a question to Mr. Davis. I was looking at the bid, and you know, I've had a stick in my craw. Is that what it's called?
I hope not.
Whatever it's called. It's bothering me. It's maybe it's in my shoe or something. I'm not sure, but you know, the irrigation that's here in this bid for $174,000, and it was referencing the Northwest Florida Water Management District, or, you know, those that we must go through. And I know we're in a special water district. I found that out recently by looking into it and all. And so for years I've been interested and concerned about the water budget at the cemetery.
Right.
And so when I saw that we could drill a well here for the recreation, I'm like, well, why can't we use the well that's over at the cemetery? So any explanation for that?
Yeah, call me out if I say something dumb, but we did look into this.
Yeah.
So there was concerns on staining the headstones. It would be twice as much to get the chemical cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm told the well was not to the quality that you were informed, so it's, I don't know if it's sandy, it's not deep enough, so you're getting a lot of sand, and it just didn't work. And there's a lot of areas that are not covered by it, so it was cost prohibitive.
Okay, well, and I spoke with the horse's mouth, the one that installed it, and he said it's the deepest well in the county, and it's the cleanest water in the county. So I don't know what reports we have. Do you have a water quality report on it that you can provide us?
We don't have like individual testing, but it's a permitted well through the Water Management District. It's not in the Floridian Aquifer, it's in the sand and gravel. It's the same one that...
How deep is it? Because they had a 5-horse, do you know, off the top of your head?
We have records. Well,
okay, that's okay, I don't need to know.
But
yeah, again, I was looking for the question in that opportunity, so.
I know this, we got a motion, we got a second, we got statements about whether you're going to vote for it or not. Let's do it. All right. Council, please vote. Councilman Merrill's motion does pass 6-1.
And that's next meeting?
Next meeting.
Okay, just one.
To bring back some additional financial options
at the next one.
You guys take coupons? No?
IOU?
Hey, guys, thank you for being here tonight and sitting through a very long meeting to stay and answer any questions that anybody apparently did not have for you, but we do appreciate it sincerely. And also, our entire council today did receive a letter of recommendation about the quality of work that you guys do from Mr. Taylor Hood. So that was very cool to see as well. So thank you, guys.
And any help y'all need to get you across the finish line, help with the budget or anything, we'll be glad. We're vested in this, and we want to see y'all succeed with it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Davis, you heard that.
No, that's the same comment I had. I did do the same.
Gotcha.
I'm not familiar with the work, but they spoke very highly.
Sounds like GDC's pretty vested too. I'm excited about that.
All right, so item 14.5, a follow-up on the discussion on field uses. Mr. Davis.
Let me switch agendas here, sorry. 14.5. So this is a revisit of the field space and what we're going to potentially charge and whatnot. So probably on me that I did not understand what you wanted the last time. So it was more a discussion. So poor Wendy kind of took a lashing there, if you will, but that was more on me. Anyway, we reached out, she did a lot of homework here before Mr. Flaherty started and did some comps, if you will. Destin kind of follows us, so they weren't a good comp, but she checked several cities throughout the state of Florida, and just, we're ballpark kind of what most cities are doing. Some charge a flat fee, some charge lights, some charge whatever. So we basically came down to, we can accommodate the school, Liza Jackson School, so they're built into the schedule. The 850 programs, whatever they're called right now, they're all factored in, and those academy participants pay a monthly fee of $50 per child, but that's a year-round program. And then other entities that want to come in and use the fields, it was $30 an hour without lights, $50 an hour with lights. Then the discussion went back and forth on some of the council members, residents of the city versus people coming from God knows where to use the fields. So the approach here is if you're 70% within the city, you get the city rates. If you're 70% outside that threshold, it's a little higher fee. So it's 50 without lights, and 70 with. And then we've tried to factor in. We're partnering with, like, for example, the Rotary Club. They came out and did the park across the street. Boys and Girls came out and did some cleanups. So what I'm accustomed to is once a year, those 501c3s that are 501c3s within the city limits, if they want to do a fundraiser for them, we would waive that field fee for them once a year, right? So we built that in, and then everything else is open to, I don't want to steal the way you phrased it, Wendy, but you kind of know when RAD wants to use the fields and Emerald Coast Sports, whatever they're called, I don't remember all the names. So we've kind of got that built in. Basically, though, there's ballpark 20 teams that want to use 6 fields. So the schedule's built out. One field doesn't have lights, so it's only available for a window of the year based on daylight savings time and whatnot. And then we have to shut the fields down for aeration and maintenance, so they're closed for, I want to say, December to January-ish, February or something like that. So the rest of the year is built out, and then the rugby team came. They've been asking, they've offered to take care of another space that's not a park yet. It's just not something that we can physically take on. Again, adding more parks. It was nice of them to offer, but I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. So there'll be space, but this is the rate structure we came up with. Rather than the lottery, it's kind of what we have left over. And if there's, I've texted the rugby group for a weekend slot or an early in the afternoon slot because the kids are still in school but these guys work, or a later slot. I said, past my bedtime. So the slots are the slots. We catered this towards youth and the schools. And that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you, sir.
questions on this for Mr. Davis?
Is there a consideration for a bulk rate?
So yes, we looked at that, and my concern was, let's just bulk it out at whatever our fee is. I've walked out of here on Friday nights, the lights are on and nobody's home. Nobody's using the fields. So the bulk rate doesn't allow us to say, hey, it won't encourage you to use the field space as much as the hourly rate. If you use it, you've booked it, you're gonna pay for it, and you're gonna go use it. The bulk rate would be like, it's my field. I'm gonna take the night off, and if somebody else wants to use it, don't care. They don't have, there's no process. I don't have park rangers to go enforce this.
But there's, I mean, are they still paying for it at that point? Even though they got a 10 or 15% reduction?
They did, so, again, I want the fields used.
Right.
So if I have a bulk, you follow now?
Yeah.
All right.
It clicked. Thank you. Because they're so overbooked as it is.
Correct.
So if somebody gets it cheap and they get it, that's taken away from somebody who'd be using it.
And offense by defense, I had this a lot down south, that they book the field and not use it, but it would block other teams from using it to practice, and it was just kind of a jerk move, right? Does that make sense?
Curveballs. I mean, it comes, and I'm going to be, like, that came a lot from James, who we saw earlier present. And I hope that that's something that, if we're not doing it, obviously I want to defer to you guys.
Well, we gave him 2 flavors.
Okay.
So his president, I forgot the gentleman's name, we sat down. I'm sorry?
Walker?
Yeah, maybe, I don't remember. So we sat down and we explained, if you want to come in the 850 program, you pay $50 a dude for the year, or you pay your rate, but you get, you know, if you come in under the 850, you get discounts on this, we pay for the background checks, that sort of thing. So they're weighing their business model.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Anyone else with questions on this for Mr. Davis? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Mr. Leibowitz.
Evening. James Leibowitz, Canterbury Circle, Fort Walton Beach. The last meeting on this topic, agenda item 13.2, I did not understand the vote. And I spoke to a couple of you after the vote, and I was getting different responses. What exactly did that vote mean? Were we closed at that point? Everything was settled at that point, or was it?
I believe if I'm thinking of the same thing you're thinking, it was actually to bring back something a little more substantial for discussion.
It was a recommendation, is what council had asked for. I was under the impression that it was just going to be open discussion last time, but you wanted a recommendation last time, so I had not done the research, and then Wendy took over and made something intelligent.
And so here we are. Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, do you wish to take any action?
Mayor, so move staff's recommendation to adopt the fee structure as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Jeter to adopt the fee structure as it has been presented by city staff. Any additional comments?
We appreciate the discussion last meeting, that we haven't really had much of these discussions with a beautiful complex. Continuous improvements, a core value. I'm sure a year from now we'll make some tweaks and continue to develop it, but thank you for getting it to this point.
Anyone else? Well said, sir. Council, please vote. And it's passed unanimously.
Thank you.
That brings us to item 14.6, a proposed referendum ordinance moving city elections to the November general election date. Councilman, Attorney, Mr. Burns.
Council, this is the proposed ordinance which, if you do approve of it, will be brought back at the November meeting along with all the other referendum ordinances on that date. I think just to kind of give you some heads up, it's looking like we'll have 6 questions in addition to this. We've been able to pare down all the votes that y'all made at the last meeting on the 28 or whatever changes into just 6 questions. Because I know there was a concern about putting too many questions on the ballot. So This would be the 7th question. It might be 6, the 6th question, because we're still kind of, Ms. Kopp and I are still batting around like one particular issue, and so we might reduce by 1 question. But if y'all do approve of this tonight, we'll go on the November vote for you to vote on, then to send it to referendum. I do need to know tonight, though, if y'all want to, 1 question, if y'all want to put this on the same referendum date. I'm assuming y'all do want to have this on the March, but that one question has never been answered. And I will read the ballot question to you, and hopefully y'all have had a chance to actually look at it and the actual proposed ordinance, because this would be the time I would ask that y'all let me know if y'all want to word the ballot question a little bit differently, maybe change some of the verbiage in the ordinance, because when we bring it back on first reading in November, we'll be really limited in what we can do at that time. And so you've actually seen the verbiage of the ordinance already. That was actually on the meeting when I was directed to bring this back. But the ballot question had not been drafted at that time. And the ballot question reads, shall the city charter be amended to move the election dates for the mayor and city council to coincide with the November statewide general election cycle, which occurs in even years? You vote yes for approval, no for rejection. So that's the ballot question. Y'all have seen the ordinance before, and I'm just looking for a vote tonight to either approve it as is, and I'll bring it back at the next meeting, and then also get an indication on what the date of the referendum will be for this particular proposed amendment.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Burns on this item? Councilman Chanel.
Mr. Burns, can you confirm that this does not extend anybody's term?
That's correct. The elections will happen in November of even years, and then the actual terms will begin the next April. And by doing it that way, none of your terms up here, if this did pass, would be extended at all.
And can you confirm that this change could be done by ordinance?
It could be done by ordinance, correct.
And this proposal is to go to a referendum, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Great questions. Councilman Wolf.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that. If we can do it by ordinance, why are we going to a referendum?
That debate occurred at least a month ago. Y'all debated pretty heavily, and the vote was actually, I think, to actually send it to referendum. I think Mr. Schmidt made that motion at that point.
Okay.
That's it.
That's my answer. Mr. Walker, y'all change your minds.
Yeah.
Mr. Brown.
So, Mr. Burns, if we swap this to November, does it break anything with Paul Lutz's office? Like, with all the, so if we have to do a special election for a budget amendment, or to get more money for the budget because of the 3% cap, the referendum to get more money, do they have to help us?
He has to, so there's one scenario he has laid out for some people, which I don't think he would ever say no to, because he hasn't said no to Destin, and anyone else has had to do a special election since they switched their election dates to November. But he will say he's no longer statutorily required to handle special elections. And that's partially true, partially not true. He still would be required to provide a lot of assistance to the city clerk. And in theory, though, nightmare scenario, Paul Lux did not want to help, which I don't think he would do that. He's a very reasonable person. He's on charge of the city, obviously, but he would probably make the services available. If he didn't, Ms. Barnes would have to handle, and her staff, some of the work. And she'd have to be trained up by Mr. Lux on how to do that. But that's the one type of election. He still would have to help out with the normal city elections. And if you picked a special election to occur on one of those special, like a normal date, like a March, August, or November date still, then he would still need to cover those.
Yeah, I'm thinking more about the special elections and the possibility of having to do a lot of referendum, as you can see we're already doing. Ms. Barnes, have y'all ever done an election?
No, sir. I mean, let me rephrase that. Years and years ago, before the state law changed, the clerk's office did handle it. So I don't remember the year that changed, but I was not here.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir. Any other questions here for Mr. Burns on this item? Would anyone from the public like to speak on this? Mr. Locklear.
Yes. Kirby Locklear, 13 Windsor Lane, Fort Walton Beach. Sometimes it's good to watch sausage being made than being up there making it. Before I get started, I want to thank Councilman Schmidt for recommending to work on this Citizens Advisory Board for the Transportation Committee. So I'll be pushing the round amount as hard as I can from that end. So thank you. I remember when we first talked about this, I was actually on the city council, and we had Paul Lutz come in here and he talked about this particular issue. But first of all, I'm neither for nor against. Yeah, I see plus and minuses to move it, and I see some minuses if we do move it. But one of the things he did say was that if it happens in November, and it could be one of those ballots where there's a lot of things going on the ballot, our stuff is going to be at the end of that ballot. And he called it what, voter fall off, where voters will get halfway through the ballot and say, I'm done, and don't. But you could compensate that because there might be more people who turn out for that. So something to think about when you decide to do this. I'm so glad you asked that question, because that was one of the second question I was going to ask, as far as extending the term limits. Because if, in an example would have been, if we had the election normally on March 27th and we slipped it to November the 28th, that's almost well over a year and a half extension. Would that fall in contrary to our charter of term limits, where you extend beyond your 8 years if you could do that? But I'm glad you asked that question. Well, anyway, I just want to throw that out as you contemplate this issue. But like I said, I see plus and minuses on both, but there is a real issue about voter turnoff.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this side? Mr. Leibowitz.
James Leibowitz, Canterbury Circle for Walton Beach. I'm speaking as a citizen, not as a representative of anything. And having said that, that's a great looking trophy you have right there. I'm speaking in opposition to moving the election. By moving the election, you're choosing quantity over quality. You're inviting people to vote that doesn't know a single person, that don't know any of your names. You're denying your own name recognition. You're throwing a bit of your campaigning away because it won't matter. And these people that are going to show up to vote for president or senator won't even know a city council election is happening. And you're asking those people to decide who sits where you're sitting. I'm opposed to it. I have other reasons, but I don't. One of the things I was reading on this, they were trying to compare us to Destin and to Crestview. They were looking at those as the models, since they've already done it. And the reason we have beach in our name, the word beach was added in 1953, and the reason given at that time was to distinguish ourselves from other places with Walton in our name. We are distinctly Fort Walton Beach. The city's founders wanted us to carve our own path. I don't want to look at Destin. I don't want to look at Crestview. I want to be uniquely Fort Walton Beach. And if we are going to move, if I can't sway you and the voters, the referendum, I would at least hope you guys would put the D's, the R's, and the I's next to your name, so that the ill-informed voter will at least have a general idea as to your leanings. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, do you wish to take any action?
Mr. Mayor, so move to move forward with the proposed referendum that tonight doesn't move any election date, but the proposed referendum ordinance gives the people the opportunity to choose whether or not they want to move it. On the March 2026 ballot, to go along with whatever council approves from the charter amendment recommendations to go along with that.
Second. Motion by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Walker to make those changes and put it up to the people. Any additional comments?
Yeah, you know, the voter fatigue, we've heard about that.
But that data point on the bottom of that voter fatigue ballot is going to be about 3 times higher than the current structure that we're at. I think it's a very slippery slope to state that there's a faction of registered voters from the Fort Walton Beach that's quality, not quantity. I think that's something that we have to be cautious on whenever we're candidates and we're going out to lobby for your mission of your campaign of why you're running. You got to get out there now. If the election were to change in November, you got to go out there and really work even harder to get out to cover 30 to 40% of the voters. Right now, you got to get out to about 10% of the voters. So I'm making the argument that the candidate in the future would have to work harder to advertise and to promote what they're running for. Also, too, the voter, while they're studying their county or their state or their national candidates, also doing their homework for this city council election. I think a real voter fatigue is after they go through an exhausting nationwide campaign and turn around and they see a whole bunch more signs in January and February that have to do with another election that historically our record has been like 11% voter turnout. And I'd like to see that number go up.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to comment on the motion?
I do. Very well stated, Councilman Schmidt, and I kind of want to answer my own question here because I asked about the ordinance and then the charter amendment. And prior to recent history, I would say that the reason we would want to go to the charter is because theoretically it's more difficult to ever change that. If it's by ordinance, the next council come in and they change it. Well, as we're experiencing here with the Charter Review Committee, we see that what should have been a very difficult thing to overcome, it appears as though it's moving forward out of the Charter Review Committee with quite ease, that they've recommended the charter amendments that were passed by voters be overturned, repealed, and exceeded by 150%, some odd number. So I'm definitely in favor of a charter amendment as opposed to an ordinance. And hopefully one day we can return to the period where it is very difficult to overturn the recently passed charter referendums. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I'm not going to support it for the same questions that I had for how Paul Lux's office helping us. I mean, the voter fatigue, I understand. I actually agree with you, but the percentage of the fall off is going to be a lot more. We're still going to have a lot more people, but we still don't have the means or anything to do our own election if Paul Lux doesn't want to do it. I know it's if he doesn't want to do it, but he doesn't have to. So, so for those reasons, I'm not going to support it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to comment? Councilman Merrill.
I agree with Mr. Browning and Mr. Leibovitz. You said it. I would not use the term quality over quantity. I think when people go out to vote, it's a quality voter. It's hard enough to get people out to vote. But I do think when you talk big government, you get into the big names, you get into the campaigns on a national level, that name recognition, that overshadows. And when you get 20 bullet points down and you're running, we talked about sovereignty, we talked about small government. I would say the word is engaged. If we have people that are watching what's going on with the city, there's a reason the voter turnout's 11%. It's because government is boring, and it's not, and it's hard to keep track of everything that's going on, and it takes effort to be engaged. And if you're engaged with your city, I think that it's important that we isolate that and separate that for those. And everybody, the thing is 100% of every resident, they're welcome to come out and vote. They're invited to come out and vote. I hope they come out and vote. But to kind of drown out in those big national elections, I think that hurts us as a city. So.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Jeter.
I'm going to support the motion, and by supporting the motion, I feel like it puts everybody at the same table. Like Mr. Locklear said, it doesn't have a dog in the fight, and like Mr. Levitt said, you get better quality of people in March. I get all that. So we've championed this for 2 or 3 years too and tried to get this across the finish line. We've had Paul Lux give a presentation. We've had other municipalities around us go forward with this. So putting it, should it pass, on a referendum, on a ballot in March, allowing our voters to vote if they want to move it or not, let's let them decide.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to comment? Councilman Schmidt?
Mr. Barry, I'm going to lobby towards you for a little bit.
Pardon, I'm sorry?
I'm going to lobby towards you for a little bit.
Okay.
I'm hoping to get your fourth vote. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, let's just, I'm vacillating right now. At first, I wanted it to be, to get the numbers in November, you know. And I remember this last election, I didn't experience voter fatigue, voting for the president and all that. But this is me. This is. I'm speaking about me.
The red hat.
And the red hat. Yeah. I want the numbers, but look what we saw with March when those charter amendments, you know, came out. We had, and I remember myself, I knocked on over, like I said before, many times, over 4,000 doors, and I talked to them and discussed it, you know, and look how it turned out.
Well, all I'm asking for you tonight is to move forward with this so that the people can decide to check one box or the other. They either want to do it in March, they either want to do it in November. And what an opportunity that the people have an opportunity to choose. That's all we're asking for. That's all we're asking for. So I hope to get your support to just move forward with the referendum.
I hear what you're saying.
Opportunity for the people to vote in March 2026 with the other charter referendums that this board is going to also be pushing out for the opportunity for people to choose whether or not they want it. So again, asking for your support to move forward with this motion.
Anyone from the other team want to directly lobby the swing vote, Ms. DeBerry?
I'm impressed that you chose.
Mr. Brown?
I'll say more people are in town in March, which is what she pointed out last time.
You're right, Mr. Gordon. Ms. DeBerry made a very valid point last time.
But those are visitors, Mr. Barry.
That's a good way to remind him. Councilman Walker.
Yeah, sure. I'll lobby Ms. Riley and Ms. DeBerry in some serious points there. And it's interesting to see you guys go back and forth on it. And Mr. Jeter brought up a good point of the way he presented it about it being on. It's going to be on the ballot because those that are opposed to this at this time, they're saying that November is not going to be as good, but of a turnout or quality. I've heard it said it several different ways. But come March, when if this motion passes, it will be before those very smart voters in March that are limited, that are engaged, and they can tell us if they want it to be moved to November. They will tell us. We'll listen to the will of them. And so I'll continue to lobby Ms. Riley and Ms. DeBerry that I think that's a great place to let it start and die or start and move forward. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Although it got a little condescending at the end, I thought it was really good. Honestly, that's a very,
I missed my own
I really
conversation.
thought it was a very good point. Ms. Riley.
To expound on what Mr. Walker just said, for me, honestly, I've always looked at the November election as getting more voters coming to the poll, and I know it's the big, primaries and big elections, come out in November. You tend to get more people to the polls. However, I was in the, in the chamber when Mr. Lux was talking about, he did say a fallout, the vote fallout, in the ballot in November. But my thing is, I would like to see more voters come to the poll because our March election, we really don't have that many. I would love to see a significant increase in voter turnout in March. But what I can tell you though, I'm kind of twisting in between a little bit on it, but I'm okay because one thing that you did say, and I firmly believe this, and you know, I've said it several times, democracy is for the people, by the people, of the people. And so if that is the case, and we truly believe that, and we truly have faith that democracy really work for us, and then I don't have a problem with it. Let the people vote. Let's hear the voices of the people. If March is, I can do that. I'm comfortable with doing that.
All right.
I'm okay with it.
All right, everyone's had a chance to speak.
I got one more thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, go ahead.
Just for Mr. Walker, I never question anybody's intelligence or any reasons to vote in November versus March or March versus November. I stated because we never held an election, and it's going to be on us to do it. That's the reason why I'm opposed to the motion.
Gotcha. 10-4.
Thank you.
All right, council, please vote. Motion does carry 5-2. That was a quality discussion. Nice job. All right, that moves us to, mercifully, city manager reports. All right.
Kind of a long report, but I'll burn through it fairly quickly. So, we will be submitting a white paper to League of Cities and ICMA based on our experiences with this 3% cap. And here's some things, we know we're, 14 days in. Parks is struggling with, it may turn to be a blessing that we didn't partner with the Little League, because the concern is we're not going to be able to add uniforms if we can't grow the program. So we're kind of capped there on the number of kids, because if it grows, we only budgeted X amount of dollars. So unless I line item things over, some of the maintenance issues that we have, the prices are going up based on what we've historically paid. So we got to fix some locks and some lighting and some pumps, and all those numbers are a little bit higher than they historically have been. And our chef can't cook, so Jacob out at the golf course killing it, right? Concerned that we're going to run out of stuff for the pro shop, and we can't buy more to fill the pro shop. Our track man killing it. The numbers are just outrageous. We're gonna, which sounds cool, right? But we're gonna run the golf balls. You can't buy golf balls because if you golf like me, you're hitting golf balls that way. So we're gonna potentially run the golf balls before we can replenish the golf balls. He's getting creative with the revenues, but that doesn't allow us to buy more. So we're actually working against what we're trying to do in terms of turning that into an enterprise fund. I anticipated a 3 to 5 year. It's probably going to bump that out to a 4 to 6 year now, depending on where some of this goes, or it just may never turn into an enterprise fund. It's always going to be supplemented if we keep going down this track. Police, they had an issue with Amendment 3 with the photo enforcement. The state's very specific on how the funds have to be spent, and it's basically been Mr. Burns and Nicole and Chief Page, unfortunately, putting a lot of time in trying to figure out what to do, which it sounds like we're trying to circumvent it, but we're just trying to figure out how we can get the work done and not have to send the money back to the state. So some things that are going on there. The grants that we're getting, basically what I've had to ask all of the department heads to do is stop what you're doing, interrupt the finance team, and make sure we're not going to put us in a situation where we violate that contract. So we're experiencing some inefficiencies there as well. So just whatever stuff we're tracking. Moving on to the fun stuff now. New director, Mr. Flater's here. If you haven't met him, say hi. He's super cool. Mr. Payne, Mr. Walker.
I get it all the time.
Yeah. No, when I send you emails, I got to double check every single time because it automatically populates one of you. Anyway, we had briefly discussed a workshop on some of the code enforcement stuff. And I think we're going to do it anyway. Chief's been putting some stuff together because we want to get input from the public, and maybe our codes are too much. So we'll bring back a recommendation of sorts at one point. So we're working on that. Golf clap and or meats and cheeses are due to the CRA team for winning the Carson project. They are actually, that's why they're not here. They are at the Conference accepting the first place prize for their Carson project. Museum, Devin's going to post it, but that should be opening up November 1st. Does that sound right? Yep, November 1st. So well ahead of schedule after Mr. Payne took over the construction project from the contractor that we had to let go. Got to take 2 seconds and virtually high five. If I had 3 thumbs, I'd give this dude all 3 thumbs. John Griffo, he is the GM of JVC Broadcasting. Chief and I met with him at his property after there was some, one of our code sweeps, and we found adult beverages and clothes and food containers up under some trees, and he trimmed those trees up and was super great to work with. And he had shared some of the concern because he has staff that comes in either really early or stays way late. So it's just a much more safer, it's SEPTED principles. League of Cities, so we will be hosting League of Cities in January. Probably going to be at the golf course so we can demonstrate the TrackMan, assuming there's golf balls left. This Saturday coming, I think we already spoke about it with the cancer. Julie in our billing section is kind of championing that, so we'll be out there at the cancer walk. And then next week, Chief and I will be going to pick up the accreditation. Where is that? I already forgot, for Myers. And then I'll be in Tampa for ICMA for my required CEUs. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Yeah, I do. I just to continue to get clarity on how you guys are applying the 3% personnel. Was one charter amendment, the special assessments was the other one, and I know that excluded was the capital. Are golf balls following operations?
Correct.
That's not a.
Capital's anything above $5,000 and above.
I'm sorry?
Capital's anything $5,000.
So you buy them $6,000 worth of balls, right?
No, it's per ball. It's per item. That's how. I know. They be some real expensive balls.
Okay. Just wanted to get clarity on where that's coming from. And so when something does come up short and real concern, there is a method in the charter amendment that describes how we get more money, right? I mean, isn't it through a referendum?
It's not how we get more money. So, for example, just a generic, I'm going to do what's called a line-to-line transfer. So I'm going to steal money out of his gasoline budget to pay for his golf ball budget, potentially.
Sure.
I don't know what the answer is yet. We're just navigating it right now, but we're 14 days in and we're starting to feel the effects, so to speak. I mean, we knew it was going to happen, but now we're starting to capture objective data so we can educate people on what actually happens. On paper sounds awesome, right? But we're really handcuffed, and we got wizards and we're not letting them do their thing based on, it is what it is, we'll navigate it.
Sure, great, okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Burns.
The only thing I have to report tonight is I did get a request to throw this out there and put it on the proposed ordinance I bring back at the next meeting on the compensation amendment. There was a request to add insurance in addition to the supplemental or salary that the council members will receive. And so I'm throwing that out there just because I'd rather add that now and come in with the finished product for you than running into the issue if we came to first reading and decided to add it at that point. You would run into a deadline issue. So I'm not for or against adding insurance to the proposed compensation charter amendment. I was just asked to bring the issue up.
And before anyone asks, it was absolutely 100% me that asked about this. I wasn't at the last meeting that took place. I didn't get to offer any input or ask any questions or guide any kind of discussions. So I simply, when Ms. Barnes was recapping the highlights of the prior meeting that Councilman Schmidt, as Mayor Pro Tem, ran, I said, was there any discussion regarding insurance being something that was considered, again, for voters to vote on? She said no. So I said, would that be something that was possible that the council would discuss? That was simply where it came from. So rather than adding an actual agenda item and putting all of that together, it was left for you guys to discuss and whether you'd want that as an option at the next meeting or not. So if you don't,
don't do anything, it's fine. If you have any questions, obviously they're probably not for me, but for Mr. Burns, Mr. Davis, or others. Mr. G.
I would certainly support it, but I would also support it because, again, we're going to have multiple readings of this, so we can change it. You're just needing to know now before we get to that point. On the compensation one, though, how on all of the ballots, you know, I know you can't have multiple choice, but what is the best option to have? Is it possible, or what is the closest way we can get to a multiple choice?
Can't get that yes or no.
Okay. So there's not even an option of a if it's a, and here's what I mean by that. I know that answer. If it is a yes, I just hate that it has to be that we decided it on that ballot. And I really do mean that. I'll say with the red light on, I'll stay at one of the polling booths. We should get paid. We should get insurance. This is not a free job. I've said that one over 3 years. But I don't think we should. Is there a way to get around any possible way for us not to decide what that is?
Like you decide, the council?
Yeah, and I'm just thinking out loud here. Like, is it I wish it was almost like a flow chart. Do you think council could get compensated? Yes. Okay, then you go here. Do you think they should get $1 million? Absolutely not. Then you go here. Do you think they should get $1,000? Does that make sense? I just don't like putting it out there. Like, I would rather just have a group discussion and.
Besides being questionably illegal, you would result in an issue, the possibility of, getting conflicting amendments passed that don't make sense when compared to each other.
Okay, so then the flip side of that coin is do you ask for 1,000 or 2,000 or that and compensation? And there is a tipping point between, that's too much. Everybody has that, but obviously it's not zero. So I guess it's going to be up to us over the next 2 readings. It's going to be up to us to listen to the people and decide what that is, whether it's 1,000, 2,000, insurance, this or that. We've got to decide that.
If you're looking for a creative solution to insurance, you could just have a separate charter amendment provision that says council also gets insurance.
There you go.
Then that's a yes or no question.
So we got 2 more. There we go. Now it's kind of multiple choice. You can have insurance as one. You can have compensation with a number being the other. So it's either no compensation or this, no insurance or this. You might get both. You might not get none. You've asked
Correct.
2 questions.
Correct. That'd be the only solution really to do what you're asking.
I would support that.
So, Mr. Burns, do you want it just like a show of hands or an actual motion to say?
Y'all can show hands, and I'll feel confident that I didn't make the decision myself to put it on there.
Right. Just as an option, just as an option that you can add in there for potential language for voters to vote.
For minutes purposes, Ms. Barnes prefers a motion. So.
Wasn't she just a spoil sport?
I just said I could put in a motion.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, to Mr. Jeter's question.
Yeah, go ahead.
To Mr. Jeter's question, I mean, another option, because I heard the charter committee brought it up, was compensation as a paycheck or insurance. Could that be one where the council member could choose between receiving a check or having the insurance package?
They could, yeah.
So
that could work too.
Because in good faith, I know where we stand. I still think there was, I believe, that vote, and I'm going to stand by what I said. There was no option to say, hey, maybe something that there's a reduction. So I wouldn't support going to a raise from where it previously was, based on how that vote went. I think something more palatable would be where there was a reduction, but still I agree with you, there's just something. But I don't know, I don't think in good faith I could go, we're getting $1,000 and insurance when previously voted against it was $400. So maybe I don't fall all the way where you're at, but I would say in good faith, I'd like us to stay somewhere where we're meeting the voters.
That also would not conflict if y'all decided y'all just wanted to be either money or insurance.
Anyone else with a question?
I have a question. Historically speaking, how has the council handled that? Has it been an option? Either the insurance, or do you want, compensation?
Historically, I can certainly answer that question myself as well. So in the past, the council did have the option to accept insurance through the city of Fort Walton Beach or not. Many council members and mayors over the past had TRICARE, for example, and didn't need city insurance or had insurance to their own private employer or on a spouse's insurance. So that was up to the council member. Every council member did receive a stipend or paycheck of roughly $400 per month from the city, whether you wanted it or not, as others have tried in the past to donate that or have the city donate that. It presented all sorts of legal issues with the city donating the money and all of those other things. But, you know, many people have gotten the money and given it to charity, or many people have used it and kept it for their living expenses as being compensated for doing a job that is very thankless and takes many, many hours. So it's certainly been everyone's option to choose what they wanted in the past. Now, obviously, it's not, and that's what the discussion is. To that,
Yeah, I was just, you know, do you throw out, you know, on about, do you want health insurance? Do you want compensation? But I guess in all actuality, I was just looking at it as an option on the, you know, on the council. At any rate, you know, even with your job, they, you know, they're gonna, you know, they offer you your health, you know, insurance, your compensation, obviously. But you know, most people look at the fringe benefit of things, so you know, and they really, you know, really will take a, and most times will take a pay cut to get the fringe benefits. So you know, I just was wondering, and you know, how has it not been done in the past? You know, and regardless, you know, I guess a person would have the option to say yay or nay, whether they want insurance, don't want insurance. If you got it, you probably wouldn't want it.
Right.
Compensation, you know.
Yes,
but most councils do compensate though, right? Am I wrong on that? I mean, I don't know.
It'd be hard to say if
somewhere
most or
where they don't compensate?
Some do, some don't.
Destin doesn't.
Okay.
Some do, some don't. Councilman Schmidt, you wanted to?
Yeah, so if this were to pass, would it take effect in March 2026 or October?
Well, it would take effect immediately.
Immediately?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. I still have concerns about this, especially if this was very close from passing in the November ballot. You know, if it passes, however it chooses it to go, I have concerns if the cap of the 3% doesn't pass. And we're increasing more and more and more to that operational side of the house. And that's going to put staff on top of other concerns that Mr. Davis just recently brought up, whether it's possibly the property tax deal or the unknown about the TDC or the tourism tax, and then this operational cost of, you know, getting stipends and now insurance. So that's where I'm at.
You could, no matter if y'all come down the night on an or solution or doing two separate amendments like Mr. Jeter had suggested, y'all could put something in both of those amendments that says, and also a exception will be added to the budget charter amendment if it's still in existence.
Gotcha.
And you could have that, you know, the council member's salary or insurance, whatever it is, would be a exception to the.
That's a tough sell.
That's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I appreciate the suggestion, but man, that's tough to tell our staff that, man, we're carved out, we're exceptions to the law, but but you're not. That operational side is a tough sell. But anyhow,
Mr. Brown.
Thanks for the advice. Very information.
Mr. Burns, just for clarification, similar to moving the election, we're not actually changing anything. We're putting this into the hands of the people to make that decision.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Of which they've already made.
You're talking about November election.
Let's not be like that.
Is there a motion though? That's what,
There is no motion. We're just discussing. Ms. Barnes.
Mr. Mayor, and just as a reminder too, I don't know even if some of the council member knows, the mayor's salary in the past has been, when they did have a salary, it was slightly higher than the council members.
Right. I do remember.
The good old days.
Before I was
We haven't even talked about pro tem stipends. We haven't even talked about that. So
should be some stuff put in there for that.
Pro tem.
And I should get retroactive 5 years.
That's it. That's it.
Mayor Emeritus, is that more?
That's right. We don't want to cut out Mayor Emeritus.
We just signed him up for a prayer breakfast.
That's it. That's
Well, I see the mayor getting a little bit higher compensation than the council.
All right, so before we close this topic and
gladly go home. Would anyone like to make a motion to ask the city attorney to include an option like this?
Motion to include an option.
Second.
And motion by
And that's the or option.
Or.
Okay.
Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Merrill, to bring us back an additional option, including an or option of insurance or compensation. Any additional comments? Councilman Walker.
Yeah, so as Councilman Merrill mentioned there, and I'd seen it written in an article recently, I think the $250,000 was the amount Ms. Neighbors had mentioned that previously compensation and insurance was running taxpayers, and then with the Charter Review's recommendation to only do $1,000, it was pitched or sold, whatever, as $84,000 expense, and now we're talking about insurance either or. So just, who made the motion? It was Councilman Jeter. Would that be would that be limited to $84,000? As would, you know, the $1,000, if that number is right, and I don't know if it is, by just reduce, I mean, are you limiting the expense to taxpayers with your motion, or is it unlimited? Because obviously insurance is more than $1,000 a month.
So the plain meaning of the words, if I just add insurance or the salary, it'll be, it won't be limited to $1,000 of insurance.
Right, so it's kind of along those lines, and I didn't know if, you know, that was your intent or not, is because, I mean, if a future, if it does go to before voters, and if it does pass, and a future council, you know, they're like, well, do you want $1,000 or do you want $3,000 a month insurance? It's like, I'll take the insurance, you know, and then that's back on taxpayers as opposed to the $1,000 that it's being, you know, pitched, or savings. I think 84,000 was the number. So anyway, just wanted to hear from the motioner if that was limiting or non-limiting.
Non-limiting.
Okay. Gotcha.
Anyone else with a comment?
I'd do and instead of or, and not either.
Well, you made the motion.
I think you know how I feel about that. You know how I feel about that motion. You asked me to limit it. No, I'm not.
Mr. Unlimited. All right, let's go.
I forgot what we were doing.
Can we add a ballot question to limit meeting length?
5-2, it does pass. All right, God bless America. Let's go, final comments here for the council. We start tonight with Councilman Jeter.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Merrill.
Really quick, I got to do a ride-along, my first department ride-along with growth management, and got to kind of get a look inside. If anybody remembers what I ran on, I was, you know, I started kind of frustrated with growth management. But getting to see it from another side, I see what a great job they do. I rode along with Josh Stevens. Got to see, you know, some improvements that have been made with Mr. Davis already, that has taken some things off their plate. There's a new director there with Tim, and yeah, just seeing what they do and seeing it from that side of it instead of as a citizen like butting heads trying to get something done. I understood where he was coming from, and you know, we had a nice discussion about all that, and yeah, I think they do a great job. So kudos to what they're doing. I look forward to. I've already started to talk to some of the other departments. Look forward to riding along and learning more about how the whole system works for our city.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Riley.
I just want to thank all of the department heads that are here, and the ones that are not here, just to tell you all that, you know, I oftentimes do think about your jobs and how hard it is. Really, sometimes, you know, you get bogged down in a lot, and sometimes it can be overwhelming. But I just wanted to thank all of you for the work that you do. I see it, you know. I mean, I see you, you know, every day, but I see it, and I just want to tell you all that I wholeheartedly appreciate everything that you all do, all of you, all of the department heads, and including our city manager. Thank you.
Very nicely said, Ms. Riley. Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to compliment the Cleaner City Mineral Coast Initiative. You know, again, back to continuous improvement. We heard Mr. Davis talk about a possible workshop in the future to discuss some code, but, you know, just shout out to Police and Troy, and I know y'all are out there probably getting a lot of pushback and a lot of compliments too, but right, it's leadership, you know. But to change a culture, to change the environment of a city, especially where we've been to where we want to go, is going to take a lot of growing pains. And again, thank you, Mr. Davis, for the vision of this program and executing it, and our team executing it. Whether it's on the social media or in person, the amount of disrespect I'm sure our team gets through doing some of these is a challenge. So thank you. I know thank yous don't cash checks or do anything like that, but just keep working towards changing the culture of the city of Fort Walton Beach, that so many residents have been quiet on the sidelines, just assuming that it was never going to change. And there's a lot of residents that are waking up and saying thank you to us for doing this kind of stuff. So thank you. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Wilson. Mr. Walker.
Yeah, I meant to say it in my earlier, and I'm sad that I didn't, but it's now my chance. Today is a special day that the nation has, and Trump, I was just reading here, Trump has awarded Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Mr. Kirk has inspired me not only to continue in boldness, but to increase in faith and know that the Lord's got a plan for all of the things that are going on in our world, and it's local, it's between us, it's in the community, and I know the Lord is at work, and I know that Charlie would speak that. So I'd like to just take a moment of silence, if we could, and recognize Charlie and the impact he's had on the nation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brown.
Okay, Ms. Barnes, I'd like to add an agenda item for the next meeting, and it's to discuss the city's future plans for the child care services that we provide for our citizens, and kind of what's going on with that. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Barry.
Yes, I'd like to commend you, City Manager Jason, with the Citizens Academy. I've gotten a lot of feedback. We've only had one meeting, but I've been getting a lot of feedback. And the Police Academy, I enjoyed that earlier this year, and the people that are in there now, they want more. And they says, when do we sign up? When do we sign up more? And I'm here, I'll pay you a compliment on this also. And I don't know if you got the idea from Jared from Mary Esther, but having them meet with people and having coffee at the library one morning a month, you know, that means a lot to them. I'm getting a lot of feedback on that, and that means a lot to them, so thank you for that.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well said. And finally, I would just add something we mentioned earlier, the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer, the Emerald Coast event is this Saturday at Northwest Florida State College. It starts at 8 a.m. Even if you are not participating in it, you can come by and just show your support. A round of applause or two for everyone that's out there walking around and raising money for an incredible cause is great. And this week here in the city of Fort Walton Beach, Think Pink Week. So whether you have a ribbon, like some of our council members or members of the audience, or if you have a beautiful pink shirt like our city manager, wear it and show your support for breast cancer awareness during this month of October. Thanks to everybody who stayed along. We're adjourned.